two, two. Check, check, check. One, two, two, two. Check, check, check. One, two, two. Kia ora koutou. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Daikin Night of Fives. And this is the afternoon program here at the AUT Millennium. We have some field action, the hammer throw, the discus, and the pole vault, men's and women's. So we've got the hammer throw combined mixed divisions. And on screen right now, we have our reigning national champion, Anthony Nobilo. He's been out to a very impressive high 69s lately, and here we go, first throw of the afternoon, and that one is well beyond the 60-metre mark. We're just in the process of setting up all the cameras, so we don't have quite a shot quite yet of that throw, but I can tell you it's somewhere beyond 60, out towards 70. So we'll try and give you results as they come through, but being very early in the afternoon of a very, very long program today, we'll be slowly getting things online. But great to have your company here this afternoon, here at the Night of Fives. My name's Hayden Sherman, and we are going through the field program first of all. So starting off at 3:30 p.m. we have the hammer throw, and then at 4:30 the mixed discus will kick off. And then at 5 o'clock we have the men's pole vault, and then at 7 p.m. tonight, running alongside the track program, we have the women's pole vault. So those are the field events to expect this afternoon and this evening. As we see local boy with the hammer in his hand. And I'm not too sure who that athlete was. Just trying to look through our start list here. But Anthony Nobilo is underway. And didn't get a distance on that one from Anthony. But I will keep pressing the refresh button on the results. So if you want to follow the results where you are, you can head to Athletic Live and just search for the Daikin Night of Fives, and that will come right up. You can also look at all the entry lists and the program at nightofives.com. That's fives, number 5, yes. And you'll be able to find the program, and it's a stacked program. So we've got a quick tally. I want to say we've got 8 5,000 metre races to come this afternoon, this evening. It starts from the social 5,000 metres right up to the top distance runners in the country taking on each other. And the key race today, the women's race will be quality, but the men's race is absolutely stacked because we've got 2-time Olympian Sam Tanner off the back of a wonderful New Zealand road mile title that he took out down in Nelson, taking on the youngster Sam Ruth, who they shared the 1,500 metre title with earlier in the year. Those two will be going head-to-head. And Hayden Wild, the freshly crowned T100 triathlon champion, our own Olympic double medalist in the triathlon, taking on the track boys. And that will be absolutely stunning as we see the women kicking off their afternoon in the hammer throw with the 4 kg hammer. I believe that was Nadia Kumrich. It may have been Paige Fletcher. I'm sure one of their family members will jump in the comments and correct me. But we are on the opposite side of the ground, so very difficult to spot bibs and names from here. So very early in the program this afternoon, and there we go, another little shot of the action from the hammer throw circle. Conditions this afternoon, if you've tuned in from somewhere around the country, it is breezy. So it's not too cold, not too hot. Pretty pleasant conditions trackside, but the breeze that's coming from the west is definitely the main factor this evening. And when we look towards setting personal bests in those 5,000 metre races, fast times, it will certainly be heavily dependent on the wind and what a factor that will bring. Hopefully it calms down a little bit, but the Met Service is saying gusty westerlies for most of the day today. Usually this event we get this nice calming off period in the evening, with the women's race set to go at 9:27 and then 9:49 right into the late hours. The men's elite kinetics physiotherapy men's Blinko Cup 5,000 metre will crown off a wonderful evening of racing. So as well as the 5,000 metres on the track, we've also got the 100 metre various finals in the 100 metres. We've also got some 4x200 relays and some really stacked 800 metre races. I believe we've got about 6 800 metre races. So lots of our athletes coming back off the back of a really successful weekend at New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Champs, and they'll be back here to take on the 2-lapper. So the Night of Fives, known for the 12.5 laps, but also some great racing over 800 metres as well. Now, I believe that was Sasha Fulton from North Harbour Base, coming in with a best of 41.51. So all of these women throwing the 4 kg. Now we head back to the men, and is this Oliver Chung, under 18 national champion, steps out the front of that circle, gets the red flag, so that one won't count. And here comes Anthony Nobilo, 6-time senior men's national champion in the hammer throw, coming into the circle. I believe this is one of his first major competitions for the 25-26 summer. He's been getting very close to 70 metres the last few years. Here he goes, winding up, sending it. There's the left-handed thrower. Right-handed, I should say. They just swapped over the nets. And then, again, around about that sort of mid-60s mark from what I can tell. Gets the white flag. But at the moment, we're not getting any results coming through here into the commentating booth. And here again we've got our reigning national champion Anthony Nobilo for the third time this afternoon, winding up and sending that 7.26 kg hammer a long, long way. The same portion of the sector, just out towards the left of that sector, and I want to say that's slightly further than what we've seen previously. We are still not getting results coming through yet, so we're sort of running blind in terms of the commentating. But if you want to follow the results live, you can head to Athletic Live and then just search for the Daikin Night of Fives, and the results will come right up. But not sure if we're getting live results on this early stage in the competition with the field events on. So first event today is the hammer throw, and then at 4:30 we've got the mixed discus, so we've got under 18, under 20 and the senior ranks all throwing together, of course throwing their respective implements. And one of the local boys throwing the hammer. So North Harbour Bays is the host club of the Night of Fives. 15 years running. Pretty amazing that this event's been going that long and it keeps going from strength to strength. It's the event that many distance runners target every year, as the chance to redo their 5,000 metre PB and run the fastest they ever have over the 5K. So no doubt around Auckland there'll be several hundred nervous runners wondering what to eat this afternoon to prep themselves for coming down to do their 5,000 metres. I believe we've got about 6 5,000 metre races this afternoon and this evening. It might even be more. Just adding them up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 5,000 metre races. That's a lot of laps. So it's going to be an action-packed afternoon, and we're just getting things warmed up here at the AUT Millennium. And my name is Hayden Sherman, and with me is Jason Cameron out of Athletics New Zealand. Just arrived up from Rotorua. Welcome in, Jason. Good to have you here. You can pick up number 1. I've turned you up there. And you've just stuffed your mouth full of banana, so I won't drop the question straight on you, but good to have you here.
Oh, great to be back, Hayden. Yeah, I'm fueling myself. It's going to be a long night.
Yeah, it is. And it's I remember every year, by the time you get to the end of the men's 5,000 at about 10:15, it's just this blur of activity. But it's always such a good night.
It must be the latest distance race on the in terms of timing on the calendar in New Zealand, 9:40 or whatever it is, and yeah, looking for those perfect conditions that we'll be hoping to get for both the men and the women tonight.
Yeah, it is, and it's pretty rare, especially when you think distance runners. A lot of these guys might run half marathons or even park runs, used to getting up early and trying to cram in some breakfast, but this time it's the other way round, and it's an interesting challenge, isn't it? When you eat, how do you time that food? What was your latest race that you ever ran?
You know, probably about that time when we had the smoke-free series and Marley Games. There were races at that time of the night, probably not that late, just before 10, but certainly more of a European thing when you're over in that part of the world racing.
Got those long days,
Yeah,
up
for
in
sure.
Northern Europe especially.
But yeah, I mean, it's one of the most exciting meets of the year for sure for our distance running community, and you know, with over 500 entries, I think this year is testament to the popularity and the quality of the meet that Paul and Laura put on. So yeah, just hope the weather participates, but it'll be what it'll be.
Yeah, I've got a good feeling about this weather after spending quite a lot of my life in Auckland. It's changeable at the best of times, but I feel like we're in for some change in the right direction. But it's certainly not crazy windy, and if you're from Wellington, you'd turn up and say this is basically still. But by the time you're about 10 laps deep into the 12 and a half lapper, you're probably going to feel it. And it'll be a headwind on that top bend, won't it? So the final bend before the finish line. That's where you'll feel it the most, I imagine.
Yeah, and I'm looking at that track, and I can't remember when it was actually most recently laid, but it looks pretty new. It's been in the last 12, 18 months, I think it is.
It looks really, really nice out there. Yeah, 2 years it's been down. So if you've just joined us, this is the Daikin Night of Fives, and no, it's not just 5K running. We have multiple events, 100s, 800s. We've even got a 200 metre, 4x200 metre relay in there, and we're kicking off the afternoon's action with the hammer throw. So some of New Zealand's top hammer throwers in this competition. We've seen Anthony Nobilo, talked a lot about him, but the woman is a good young field here of throwers. So we've got Caitlin Shepperson from Sydney University. She's the one you can see on screen, I'm pretty sure, throwing out beyond the 50 metre mark, coming in with a best of 54.35. And we've got Nadia Kumaric and Paige Fletcher, who are always there and thereabouts in the junior ranks. And Paige Fletcher, she's the reigning under 18 and under 20 and New Zealand secondary schools champ with the hammer. So yeah, real rising star, Paige Fletcher and Nadia Kumaric. Always a strong presence in the rotational throws. And we've got, hopefully I'm saying Sasha's name right, but Sasha Fu-Alton. There's a little dash in the middle of the name, so hopefully I've got that right. Fu-Alton, unless it's just, I don't know.
I think you're pretty close.
Fu-Alton,
yeah.
Are we going with that? Anyway, someone can jump in the comments and let us know. But great to have your company. It's going to be a long night. We're going to be here till after 10 o'clock tonight, bringing you the action. So grab your popcorn, send the link out to your friends, and let's get eyeballs on screens as the afternoon action heats up. As we head back to the local boy from North Harbour Bays, and unfortunately I don't have a name for that thrower. He's just not on our start list at the moment.
Table the commentary, do we?
Oh, cool. Yep. So just grab that one there. That one. Okay. Wait, and is there a camera that could capture it? Oh, yeah. Okay, so if we stand like just between there and the base flag, would that work? Or just on the grass to the...
How many are in the male pole vault?
Cool.
I was like, no, try not to be rude. That's fine.
Oh, that's good.
The boys here. Might need to pop up and grab the start list for the
Pole vault? along. Can you beat these things? You're on.
Oh, so I've just put the volume down.
Oh, sweet as.
So, yeah. Might put you up. Quite close, actually. Yeah. But yeah, I'm probably going to say something controversial. I don't think I'm allowed to. You know, just singing the athletics in New Zealand.
So we're into round 4 here at the Daikin Night of Fives in the hammer throw. And this is Anthony Nobilo, reigning New Zealand champion. From what we can tell, been consistently out into the 60-metre zone, as you'd expect from a 69-metre man. And this one is a big old heave. Oh, another one right in that same sort of zone. And at some point, we'll get an update, maybe in the next few minutes. We should go and check the scores, look over the scorer's shoulder and see how standings are going. But we're at the opposite end of the track, so we'll need to send someone around, send a runner around. Jason, you've been doing a bit of training lately, mate. Although he's got more banana going in, so carb loading. But in the women's hammer, so with the 4 kg implement, this is Sasha Full-Alton with a 41.51 best. And just a youngster, she took out the New Zealand Secondary Schools junior title.
Brandon recommended it. So he, the day before.
Oh, was this for the Japan race?
Yeah, yeah. So Swiss, XW. Oh, so it's no with it. So that's next to Pakistani on the list. So he did that, and he just has to transfer it back to Pakistani because I don't think he cares.
I was speculating that there'd been some sort of payment or luring it.
I don't think any amount of money we can get paid would move the dial.
And
Yeah,
then-
we're at 200 tickets already for nationals.
Wow. Oh, is that so that's the public. Yeah.
Yeah. Centuries out.
And how does the track stars work? Do you like enter if you're a public person? Like, is it select
Yeah, yeah, so it'll be like names.
names? Not a public. Yeah. So it's some sports stars.
Yeah, like it sounds like they're going for like a pretty like a guy with,
Yeah.
you know, that's speaking. I was so curious what you meant by yeah, yeah, you know, like
Is that athletic ability? quality too.
Yeah, yeah. Rather than like a
Though Guy did take out the mascot race.
yeah, you also took out the other best.
Yeah.
I would do that.
So we've got a little update on the hammer throw competition. So the women's is Paige Fletcher is out to a 49.32. Nadi Kumarich out to 47.97. Caitlin Shepperson from Sydney University out to 54 metres exactly. And Sasha Fulton out to 48.38. So Sacha throwing the 3 kg junior implement after her exploits at the New Zealand secondaries, taking out that junior national title. And then in the junior, I was going to say junior men. So yeah, Fraser Hazeldine from Lake City, he is throwing the 5 kg junior implement out to 41.04, and Adam Lease, one of the local boys, throwing the senior implement 36.64 in round 3. Improved on that out to 40.61, getting past that 40 metre mark. And then Anthony Noblo consistently throwing out to 66 metres, has hit 66.92 in round 3. And Oliver Chung throwing the senior implement as well. He is out to 39.12. So that are the results after 4 rounds here in the Daikin Night of Fives hammer throw competition, the first event of the afternoon and evening program. We've got a big old program ahead of us. We will be here for about 7 hours straight on the mic, and this is a great event, and we're just getting warmed up with some quality hammer throw action at the north end of the ground. That one just clatters into the pole, unfortunately, and it was Fraser Hazeldine out of Lake City. So Fraser is the silver medalist from this year's national champs in the under 18 hammer throw. I believe that is Adam Lease in the circle. Another one of the local boys. Best today of 40.61. Dropping that in round 4. And up next will be Anthony Noblo. So 66 metres has been the mark that he's been hitting consistently. 4 throws in a row. And here he is prepping himself for his final 2 throws. Here he is, Anthony Noblo, local boy and reigning New Zealand hammer throw champion. Again, well beyond 60 metres for that one. Maybe slightly further. It's impossible to tell from the angle where we're on. Just off screen, the measures are lining this one up. But already today, he's dropped a 66.92. Coming in with a best of 69.72, getting very close to that magic 70 metre mark. The New Zealand record, the men's record, 73.10. That was set by Angus Cooper way back in January 1994. And now we're back with the ladies. So, such a full Alton. Junior champion from the New Zealand secondaries. Her best today, 48.38, throwing the 3 kg implement. So the senior women throw the 4 kg. And then the juniors, the under 18s throw the 3 kg. So under 20s and senior women all throw the 4 kg hammer.
Feel free to have a chat again anytime you want, though.
And I want to say this is actually Sasha throwing now. I think I got the order around the wrong way. We'll bring Jason Cameron back into the chat. So Jason, this is sort of the, I don't know, is it the opening weekend of adult track and field in the country? We've had the New Zealand secondary schools, so the kids have had a good go of it, and this weekend sort of, for me, marks the start for the grown-ups to enter the chat.
It's the first sort of big meet for the summer with a lot of diversity across the sport. There's Colgate games to look forward to, and for the kids in the next month, and then.
And where are they? Where's the two?
So the Colgate games, the North Island event is in Tauranga.
Yep.
At the Tauranga Domain.
Nice.
And the South Island event is in Nelson at Saxon Oval or Saxon Track. Yeah.
Cool. And great events. And they're for, correct me if I'm wrong, 10 to 14?
7 to
14s.
Yeah.
Yeah, really cool. Good community feel, and great events.
There'll be probably about 1,200 kids or thereabouts at Tauranga, and probably pushing 1,000 at Nelson. So
amazing.
Great family holiday.
Good. Yeah,
combined,
and
all the
family
siblings
location.
there, and the folks and the grandparents and the uncles and aunties, and make a holiday of it. It's a real tradition in the Kiwi summer athletics calendar.
Absolutely.
And then we get into the summer series.
And it's totally. And an action-packed summer series as well. I'm trying to remember when the opening weekend is, but maybe Potts.
Alan and Sylvia Potts Classic, Saturday the 17th of January, with the inaugural use of 2 short tracks, such as sprinting and
so things
jump.
like 60 metres.
Yes.
Yeah. And there's opportunity to do things indoors there?
I'm not 100% sure whether there are things in the indoor centre there. I think the majority of it's on the track.
Okay.
But check out athletics.org.nz for all those details on that meet. And then we're heading to Whanganui on Saturday the 24th for the Pack and Save Cooks International Classic, I think it's called now.
Cool.
And that's got the New Zealand Senior Mile Championships. So that'll be
Always a must watch.
always, the home of miling and
Yeah.
in New Zealand.
The
So
spiritual
you can
home
see
of
who's
the mile
lining
on
up
the
for
track.
that.
Yeah, and then it comes thick and fast basically every weekend from there through to the national champs, which are going to be in Auckland.
Yeah,
So
out
we're
at
gonna be back
the
here.
Trusts Arena at Waitakere Stadium, which will be. I'm have to confess my bias, but I do love that particular track and venue.
And it's a nice big stadium. Like
Yeah,
it's cool when
it's just
that whole
fantastic.
stadium is full.
Yeah,
and
the Sir
Yeah.
Graham Douglas International is obviously in early February, and then a month later we're there for the track and field nationals. So yeah, and then there's lots more after that.
Yeah. As we see Fraser Hazeldine from your local club stepping into the circle.
Yeah, Fraser was a medalist in the under 16 shot, discus and hammer throw in Dunedin earlier this year. I think he's up a grade now. He recently competed in the New Zealand secondary schools down in Hastings.
Good memory. He got silver across all three
All three.
in the
There you
under
go.
18s. Wow.
I do have some field event now, so after
Yes, you do.
Yeah, we've got quite a big club down there, 200 kids competing for Lake City in athletics, and then our adult membership, so it's quite
Many
a
coming
diverse
up
club.
today to run the 5K.
There are a few, yeah. I
Yep.
think there's Cullen Thorby, who was second in the New Zealand Senior Marathon Champs
Yep.
at Red Stag Rotorua Marathon this
He had a
year.
storming
Yeah.
finish, didn't he?
So he's running, I think, in the B 5,000 metres, trying to get his track speed going
Awesome.
and get that time down. Dr. Will O'Connor, I think, another one. I don't think Michael Voss is running today, but there's definitely a few from Lake City. Oh, Matt Parsonage as well. He's one of the better Masters runners in New Zealand, so I think he's found his way into either the B or C grade, so look forward to having him on the track too.
Oh, it'll be an excellent night. So we've tallied it up 9 5,000 metre races to come this evening, plus the 800 metre races, plus the 100 metres, and plus some other events, including a distance medley relay, so 4x200s. So lots to come this afternoon and this evening. And right now we're just in the final throws of the hammer throw. So I believe we're coming into round 6 now. And this is Anthony Nobilo coming into the circle for the final time.
got all four. Got all four down. Because each one's. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, so the moment.
Go straight through, straight across this bank. Next race, second race, Amos.
No mai, haere mai. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 15th Daikin Night of Fives. It's fantastic to have you here in Auckland's North Shore for a fantastic evening of athletics action. All of the 10-year-old athletes for the mixed 800 metre events, you need to go over and check in the big white building over by the 200 metre start line. All of those athletes racing at 4:45, 10-year-old 800 metre athletes, head on over to the call room, which is by the 200 metre start line. So remember tonight, ladies and gentlemen, to check in for your events. Check-in is at the white building over by the 200-metre start line. Currently calling girls 800 metres under 10 mixed, boys 800 metres under 10 mixed, girls 800 metres under 12 mixed, and boys 800 metres under 12 mixed. Please head over to the big white building to check in for your events.
Kia ora koutou, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the action here at the Daikin Night of 5. My name's Hayden Sherman. It's great to have your company here at the AUT Millennium on the north shore of Auckland. We've got a great program ahead of us. We've just had the hammer throw finished up, and we're just going to track down the results to bring those to you shortly. But as you can see, the discus is now getting warmed up, and we're getting the track set up for the beginning of the track program as well. But first throws, these may be still the warm-up throws. Looks like they're still the warm-up throws at this stage. But a really good field here for this women's discus, especially. You've got Carmen Elizabeth Merritts, who is the under-18 and New Zealand secondary schools champion in both the shot put and the discus. So really strong youthful talent coming through. Kate Haley also, who took out the under-20s shot put gold and the under-20s discus silver earlier this year. Tatiana Komoana, she is the 3-time New Zealand discus champion. She's coming in with a personal best of 57.59. Basically been untouchable for the last few years in the discus. So look out for her. We've also got Mela Lossalini Losse. She got the bronze medal in this year's national champs for the discus, and Shannon Murphy, who took out the para shot put and discus at this year's national champs. So really great lineup of 5 women taking on that 1 kg discus, and then over in the men's discus, I'm still waiting for our start sheets to load on Athletic Live, so waiting for those to be confirmed. But the women are getting warmed up now. There you can see Shannon Murphy wearing the blue and gold out of Otago. Sorry, Takapuna. Sorry to our Takapuna crew. Just made an assumption when you see blue and gold. So really good, strong field of women. I think this is Mela Losalini Lose doing her warm-up throw. And Jason Cameron back in the commentary booth. Any luck tracking down those hammer throw results? Yes. Yeah, soon. Okay, no worries. So I can see a few of the boys warming up there in the discus. So we'll confirm shortly what the start list is. I can tell you Blessing Sefo is in there, but there are some other athletes in there as well, so trying to just get those confirmed. So Blessing Sefo is the bronze medalist in the shot put, the senior men's shot put earlier this year. That was a cracking competition from down in Dunedin. And then boys, we've got Adam Lease stepping over from the hammer throw, local boy, and Fraser Hazeldine. So a couple of the young under 20 boys doubling up after their hammer throws. And that wind just coming over the right shoulder of our throwers. If they're looking out that throwing arc, so coming from the west, which of all winds at this ground, I've got to say, is probably the best, because the AUT Millennium facility is more sheltering that wind. So in terms of what it means for the distance runners later in the evening, I think it's probably the best wind we could hope for. And it's Met Service is saying it's gusty, but we're hoping that might just die down a little bit as we get into it. And a whole bunch of kids now warming up on the track, getting ready to do their thing. They will be doing a children's relay, which is just actually finished up. So the first of the track races will be a mixed under 10 800 metres. And next event in the field at 5 p.m. So we're only 15 minutes away from introducing the senior men in the pole vault. So that getting underway very soon. So still warming up now in the discus. Shannon Murphy coming in here for her second throw, the left-hander. Shannon looking to build on her successful summer last year, taking out the para title in both the women's discus and the shot put. And here today, the Takapuna athlete will be just throwing the discus. And here is Blessing Sefo, discus in his hand. Took out the bronze medal in the shot put. And as many rotational throwers do, they keep up with the discus, hammer, and shot. Sometimes do all three. And certainly as they get into their 20s, they'll often specialise in one. But great to see Blessing still throwing the discus here today.
the top three.
And we've sent Jason Cameron on a mission doing several laps around the AUT Millennium to try and track down some results, and it's been successful. So we've got the women's 4 kg, so senior women's 4 kg. So it was Caitlin Shepperson who took out the women's hammer with a best of 54.64, which is impressive. That looks like it might be a PB, beating her seed distance. And Paige Fletcher coming in second place, so the youngster, just 16 years of age, throwing out to 50.99, apparently with the 4 kg as well, so that's impressive throwing from Paige. Nadia Kumrich in third with a 49.86, and in fourth place, I think that's a 48.38 for Sasha Fulton, and she was throwing the 3 kg implement. And then in the men's under 20, throwing the 6 kg, Adam Lease took it out with a 43.86. Fraser Hazeldine with a 41.04 in second. And then Anthony Nobilo in the senior men's 7.26 kg hammer through to a 68.31, so within a metre of his lifetime best. So impressive throwing there from Anthony. Oliver Chung in second, throwing that senior implement at the age of 17. Throwing 39.73, so impressive stuff from our hammer throw athletes, many of whom have transitioned over to the discus and have had their warm-up throws. So thanks, Jason, for digging out those results, much appreciated. And the first of our throwers coming into the circle now in the hammer. In the discus, sorry. Just waiting for our start list to update. So that one picking up the red flag. That first throw. And coming into the circle now, Kate Haley for her first throw. So Kate picking up the under 20s shot put gold, under 20s discus silver at the national champs down in Dunedin. So all the women's age groups throw the 1 kg implement. As we see some of the kids running past the camera in the first of our 800s tonight. So great to see a lot of local kids jumping in that one, getting the bell for their 2-lapper. And next up, here's Tatiana Komoana, 3 times New Zealand champion. Picked up that red flag there. So great to have reigning champion, 3-time national champion Tatiana Komoana, and really has been just ahead of everyone really this year, as and over the past few years in the discus throw. And next up, Yeah, that was Mela Lossalini Losse, who picked up the bronze medal in the senior women's discus. And here comes Shannon Murphy for her first throw. Yeah, so reigning New Zealand para discus champion in the senior women. And her first throw, she'll be looking to target around those high 20s. If she can get up towards that 30-metre mark, she'll be a very happy young lady today. And here he comes, big blessing Seppo. Senior men's bronze medalist in the shot put. Here with the discus in his hand for the first throw. And sends that one just outside the sector, skims out towards the track. So that will not count, gets the red flag for his first round throw. And then we've got two under 20 athletes lining up. We've got Adam Lease, one of the local boys, and Fraser Hazeldine backing up his efforts over in the hammer throw. So first up, Adam Lease, one of many North Harbour Bay singlets that we'll see today. Wearing that black and, what do we call it, a lime green? I'd say that's a lime green. No expert on colours. And next up, Fraser Hazeldine, who picked up the trio of silvers at the National Champs across the rotational throws. Would love, I imagine, to turn some of those silvers into gold this summer. And so looking to get things underway here in the discus circle next. Fraser Hazeldine out of Lake City. And just in the foreground, you can see some officials getting our kids ready for another 800 metre. This one's shocker. And Jason Cameron, it's so good to see so many kids lining up. We're not going to be covering these kids' races, but we can talk about them because it's such a feature of any community track meet around the country, just the number of kids who are excited to be doing the sport. And at that age, there's not many races more painful than an 800, because the first 200 is basically a 200 meter PB, and then they kind of get progressively slower and slower. But if you can pace yourself well in these age groups, you can really perform to the. It is, yeah, absolutely. I want to say it's all the young ladies out the front at the moment. Some speedy young lasses. So cool to see. So we're into round 2 now of the women's discus. And apologies, we're not getting live results coming through, so we'll be just talking to what we see on screen and hopefully painting a bit of a picture of how things are standing. But this is Kate Haley, and that one looks like it's very close to that 40-metre mark. Kate coming in with a best of 47 metres exactly. As we see the under 12s having a big old sprint finish to the line. Love to see it. And next up, Tatiana Komoana. 3-time national champion, reigning national champion in the discus. Here she goes. Looking to get out into the mid to late 50s. Certainly over the 50-metre mark, well around there. So if you've just tuned into the coverage, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the Daikin Night of Fives. This is the 15th annual running of the Daikin Night of Fives, and I was looking through the history books, Jason, and realised we didn't even miss one during COVID. We got them all lined up. One was delayed slightly due to those lockdowns that we had. I think it was just in Auckland in 2021, and then it got postponed to early 22. But haven't missed a year for 15 years, and we're back here again for the 15th running of this fantastic event. Amazing. Yeah. Fresh turf underfoot. It's beautiful, beautiful running conditions here. And that was Mele Lossalini Losse getting a red flag on this occasion. So just Shannon Murphy to come now in the discus circle. So Jason, the 1 hour decathlon record. What is that? Is this doing every event inside an hour? Oh my gosh. Wow. That's... Really? I hope they start the 1500 at 56 minutes bang on. So you have to go sub 4 in order to finish the hour. Yeah, impressive. Wow. I didn't even know that's a thing. There we go. Put that in your athletics pub quiz because, yeah, that's epic. I say bring that back. I'd love to see it. So we're coming into the boys now. So Fraser Hazeldine gets the discus in his hand. And Jason, you were doing a bit of research. I put you on the spot before about what the heck this short course thing is in Hawke's Bay coming up at the Ellen Sylvia Potts Classic. Did you manage to get some research in, or have I put you on the spot again? Yes. Yeah.
Don't have a banked 200-metre track in New Zealand currently.
So essentially, it is to replicate what other countries would be doing indoors in Europe and in North America. Never, no. We're living in Wellington. I can tell you there was a lot of thought that it would be the perfect spot for an indoor track somewhere down there, because even the summers it can be a bit wintry down there. Yeah, it definitely makes sense, especially the 60. I think there's been a lot of thought, we don't run many 60s. We don't get to see our top sprinters lining up in a 60 against each other. It's usually in a club program somewhere. So that's a really cool addition to the program. And then, yeah, obviously, yes. Can we just get them out just because of the the visuals? It is pretty cool. Or like a bouncy castle or something. You could just run straight into it. Yeah, that will be cool. And we're looking at a big old Saturday night at the Track and Field Nationals. So the idea with that is just getting all key events on in one evening of action pack.
Mixed under 16, 2,000 meters underway momentarily.
Cool. So next up into the Discus circle, just a little bit of a delay in proceedings. We should be seeing Tatiana Kolmana coming into the circle very soon. Just getting the all clear from the officials. And in the background, an under 16 2,000 meters lining up. So 5 laps of the track for the under 16s. Big old field, a mixed one again. So the boys going up against the girls. And here is Tatiana Kolmana, discus in her right hand, spinning, releasing. It looks like, again, it's around about that 50 meter mark, maybe slightly further than the previous one. So our reigning discus champion throwing well over 50 meters at this stage. We'll endeavour to get an update at the halfway mark. So in round 3 here. And next up, Mela Losselini Losse. And the boys are getting ready to roll over in the pole vault as well. Here is Mela Losselini Losse, and that one mid-40s. So she's got a best of 47.30 this year. So if she can get up close to that 50-metre mark, she'll be pretty happy. Now this young lady trying to get up towards that 30-metre mark in the para discus, Shannon Murphy. And in the background we just see the under 16s taking off on their 5-lap 2,000-metre race. Another distance that's not often raced, but quite a cool distance. I'd quite love the challenge of a little 5-lapper. Sort of that in-between distance between a traditional middle distance and the sort of start of what you'd say is the more long distance. And you'd be riding that VO2 max the whole way. As they go through that first 400, what did you get there for a split? Oh, nice. Moving along well. So perhaps looking at a time of something like 5 minutes 30, 5:40. And blessing Sefort just finishing up in the discus circle. So in this race, a little group of 4 boys up the front. I just saw the leading female runner just run past the camera there as well. And then little groups starting to form as they go through 800 metres. Starting to approach the halfway mark. Nice. So we're now into round 4 over there in the discus. So I might just go for a little wander, see if I can track down those distances at this stage. It's a longer journey now that we've got to go around the track. And here come the finishers in the first of our race, steaming down the finish line. Look at this great finish in the 2,000 metres, under 16 mixed race.
Takes this one from Mr. Finn Birch, Lindale Athletics Club.
The Night Ninjas, first over the line.
And in the women's 2,000 metres, it's Madison Kindler coming down from Athletics Club A, taking an impressive win.
And some epic sprint finishes there. So we've got the men's pole vault, and I don't know if we can switch over to the men's pole vault happening right now. So over in the men's pole vault, we've got Joshua Totari, I should say, Otto Church, Connor Brady, and Ethan Phillips. So Connor Brady from Takapuna, successful over that height. He's got a best of 378. We're not sure exactly what the height is at the moment, but we're getting the officials to just switch the board around so we can see what the opening heights are. And then over in the discus circle, Blessing Sepo getting ready to go. Round 4. This one stays inside and digs a massive chunk of turf out of the ground, but it stays inside the sector. I think he's fouled that one out. Just looked like it slipped out of the hand a little early. And then with the 1.75 kg discus in his hand, Adam Lease, local boy, gets that one out. No, it's a pretty good throw, out beyond the 40-metre mark. He's got a best of 47.43 before this competition.
Great to have you guys on board this year at the Daikin Night of Fives. Some amazing deals at the LSKD tent here behind the commentary booth. Come and check it out. $20, $30 on all items, and some great activities for the kids colouring in, as well as the opportunity to make up your own LSKD.
So down here in the men's pole vault, 4 competitors lining up in this competition. And great to have Otto Church and Connor Brady coming back after their first and second at the New Zealand secondary schools. And top performed out of all of these, Joshua Totari, the 33-year-old from North Harbour Bays, with a 450. Ethan Phillips has jumped 440. And then the 2 youngsters, Otto and Connor, 390 and 378 respectively. We saw Connor go clear. There he is in your screens. We saw Connor clear the earlier height. on the pole vault now. And I believe that's Otto Church. Successful clearance for him. And we're into round 5 on the discus. And the first of our 5,000 metres is underway. This is the mixed grade open 5,000 metres. And the first of 9, 12 and a half laps here at the Night of Fives. If you're wondering why it's called the Night of Fives, well, we've got 9 5,000 metre races coming up for us today. And here we have Tatiana, for the 5th time today, sends that discus out into the Auckland sky. That looks like it's in the 50s again. We've sent Jason Cameron on the mission round to the other side of the track to get some results so far at the midway stage in this competition. Unfortunately, live results aren't coming through, but if you want to keep up with who's in what race and see results when they do come through, make sure you head over to Athletic Live and just type in the Daikin Night of Fives and you'll find the results and all the entry lists, because there's about 500 athletes to keep track of this afternoon and this evening. Big old program. And the first of our 5,000 metre runners just coming through 600 metres now, getting underway. And here is the start of that pack forming up. Plenty of runners all grouped in together. And Shannon Murphy, her 5th throw, heads out to about the mid-20s. Yes, we see this is midway on the home straight. So all of these athletes have completed their first kilometre of 5 kilometres in this first 5,000 metre race today. Little groups forming already, and no doubt each of these runners has a game plan here today. They've arrived here with a target time they're trying to knock off. Final race before Christmas. Trying to earn that Christmas dinner is the goal. It tastes so much better when there's a recent PB. As we see them heading out beyond the pole vault. And there is our Takapuna boy, Connor Brady. So Connor, silver medalist in the New Zealand Secondary School Senior competition. Cleared 3:35 that day. First look at this height. Well, the feet just clipping that one on the way over. Next up will be Otto Church. The athletes just sheltering out of the sun under the pole vault covers there. So good to see the sun out. We've had the odd little shower, just a little sprinkling really, nothing that's affected the afternoon's proceedings. And for the last time in the discus circle, we're going to see our athletes throw into round 6. So our cameras are moving in place to capture the track action now, so unfortunately we'll miss the final throws, but we'll keep you up to date with the results. And I'll keep one eye over there as we see the men's pole vault ready to go. Otto Church on the runway, looking at this next height. First look at this new height. Looked really good over the previous height. Up. No. Just drifted out to the side. So we'll need to have another look at that approach. As we click back to the action of the 5,000 metres. It's very strung out now in the mid stages of this first race. Difficult to tell where the front of the race is. Believe they've just rounded the start line, so we'll see them come onto the, there they are. I think that's the front of the race right there. Coming down the home straight now. And back onto the pole vault runway. Connor Brady. We still don't know what height we're looking at. We're trying to track that down. But still early days in this men's pole vault competition. 4 competitors lining up. Here's local boy from just down the road at Takapuna. Here he goes. Second attempt. Oh, I had the height. Beautiful. Gives that a big clap. Impressive vaulting there from Connor Brady with the best 378. Silver medal at the New Zealand Secondary Schools recently behind Otto Church, who's also in this competition. And Connor Brady successful with his second attempt. As we welcome back Jason Cameron to the commentating booth. You've picked up a fluoro vest as well. Good to see. That gets you into places where any success tracking down some results. Yeah. Oh, nice. Good. Yeah, onto it. Okay, so the discus, as I can see off camera, Shannon Murphy coming in for her final throw. So Shannon, currently has a best of 23.70, 23 meters and 70. So that's a little off her lifetime best, but she's been very consistent around that mark, coming in for her final throw now. Mela Lossalini Losse, best of 46.78. Couple of fouls in there. Tatiana Komoana, she has been consistently over that 50 meter mark with a best today of 53.99. And Kate Haley out to 45.23. And Carmen Elizabeth Merritt's 47.81. So all those athletes throwing the 1 kg implement. As we see this first 5,000 meter race making their way around the AUT Millennium track. Blessing Sefor throwing the 2 kg implement, got out to a best of 44.48. He's still to come in this competition for his final throw. Here he goes, just off camera. You can see him just to the right of your screen. And that one lands inside. I don't think that's going to improve on his 44. It gets the red flag on that one. And then the best of the junior boys at the moment is... actually, Adam is throwing the senior implement. So he's been actually very close to Blessing. So with a 43.48. And then Fraser Hazeldine, the best today with the 1.5 kg of 43 meters 52. Just throwing again there is Fraser. So some solid throwing in the discus circle this afternoon. They're just finishing up the final round as we switch our focus over to the pole vault. And local boy. So off camera, Joshua Totari clearing the pole vault over there, just off camera. So I'm guessing we're switching our focus now to the track. Yeah, cool. So we'll bring you updates on what's happening in the pole vault and the final stages of the discus. But that was a impressive opener from Joshua Totari. Well clear on his first attempt. And then on the pole vault, Connor Brady having a look at that one, but just running under. Had a good clearance on the previous height. And next up will be Ethan Phillips on the pole vault runway. As we see these runners getting to the final stages of their 5,000 meters now. The clock is running at 13 minutes, so we can... By the looks of the speed of the front runner, I want to say this will be closing in about 19 minutes, something like that. That be about your estimate, Jason? Yeah, so maybe a K and a bit to go, a mile to go, something like that. Well, the lap timer says three laps to go. So there we go. It might be around about high 18s for our lead runner. So just off camera, impressive clearance there from our local boy from Auckland City Athletics, Ethan Phillips, getting underway, the 27-year-old in the pole vault. And these athletes starting to get the bell now in this 5,000 metres. So coming towards the close of this race. So it's about 150 metres now to run for our leading athlete in this first 5,000 metre. 9 races to get through this afternoon, over 12 and a half laps. And the first one to cross the finish line in one of those 5,000 metres here at the 15th running at the Night of Fives. Here he comes. The crowd comes alive to cheer him home. And it sounds like it's John Ruan, local boy. Great run. Fantastic work. And you can see there, that's how tiring this event is. Absolutely emptied the tank as, about 18:10. So he was shifting along. Second finisher just coming across the line now. And third coming across as well. And the first female finisher crossing the line just there as well. One of the local girls. And that looks like it's around about 19 minutes. Apologies, we don't have the clock running. And more finishers coming across the line here at the first of our 5,000 metre races in the Night of Fives. All sorts of local clubs represented. Hamilton Hawks, Night Ninjas, of course North Harbour Bay's in there, the YMCA. Everyone just pouring everything out. Tired bodies coming across the line. It's what we love to see. Everyone just emptying the tank. No matter how fast they're running, as the old saying goes, it never gets any easier. You just get faster, hopefully. Until you get past about age 35, and then you do get slower. Stays just as hard. Or maybe it gets harder, I don't know. Takapuna runner coming across the line. And it looks like the bar in the pole vault off camera has gone up from that 4 metres. So we've lost Connor Brady. His attempts at 4 metres have been unsuccessful. And I believe we're now up to 4:20. So first up will be Ethan Phillips. So next up on the track will be a really fun event. It's the LSKD 5,000 metres social relays, and that's kicking off at 5:40. So in about 3 minutes. Now the format for this event is a really cool format. So you need at least 3 runners in your team. The first runner has to run 500 metres or more, and then every runner after that needs to run a minimum of 400 metres. So you can break it up. One runner could do 2 laps, they might do 3 laps, but you need to mix up those runners, and you can mix up the distance, play to each other's strengths. So I've seen sprinters enter this relay, and it can be a great way of just getting a team, maybe a gym team along, putting together a team where some athletes will run further, some will run shorter. As long as you complete a minimum of 400, that first runner will complete 500 metres, and then from there you work out how your team's going to structure things. So we'll see a lot of drama in this team's relay.
Oh, I haven't asked yet. I'll just wait till it's finished. Because you saw what happened to the lady before. Yeah.
I just worry they'll start real soon.
Almost an assassination.
We're going to wait for the next one.
The next one's the LSKD.
The next event on the track, the LSKD 5,000 metre social relay. How this works, ladies and gentlemen, there are teams, large number of teams as you can see. Teams range between 3 and 5 members. The first athlete is going to run 500 metres to get their team underway. From there, it's anything goes. The teams change over to your left at the 100 metre start line.
So here we are with the LSKD social 5K relay. 12 and a half laps as always, but you have a team, and the goal is you need at least 5 team members, and the first runner must run 500 metres, and then from there you can piece together your relay legs as you see fit. So as long as you're running at least 400 metres, you could have one athlete doing a longer leg while the speedsters blast out a fast 400. So this is going to be really, really fun to see how this one unfolds. Getting ready on the start line. You can see there's a few clubs in there. No doubt some work teams, some social teams. Maybe the odd gym team in there. 2 start lines, so there's that one you can see on the screen, and also one just to the left. And off screen I can see Ethan Phillips gearing up for 420 on the bar in the pole vault. We're about to get underway in this LSKD social relay. Little cheer off screen. Ethan Phillips clearing 420. As we await the start of our next 5,000 meter race. And of course the big marquee events to come later today. The Kinetics Physiotherapy Women's Elite will kick off at 9:27 this evening. Set your alarm clocks. And then at 9:49, the Kinetics Physiotherapy Men's Blinko Cup 5,000 metres. We'll see two-time Olympian Sam Tanner go up against two-time Olympic triathlon medalist and T100 champion Hayden Wild. And of course, the rising star Sam Ruth, who just broke all sorts of records at the New Zealand secondary schools recently. He'll be taking on the 12.5 laps for the first time ever. But here we go. Here's the LSKD social relay. And look at this. These guys are absolutely flying. You're sort of thinking to yourself, this is a 5,000 metre race. They're going so fast. But of course, it is a relay. These runners need to run 500 metres. And that is a good opening split. 26 seconds for the first 200. Jason Cameron, they're moving.
I think this guy thinks he's running in 800 metres.
Yeah. Well, he's only running 500, right? So they've all got batons in their hand. So the spread of the pack going through 200 metres between 26 seconds and 42. So even 42 is still moving. That's 3:30 minutes per K, remember? So they're coming out. This is a good little battle here. 56 for that first lap. No wonder they're slowing down. Who's that red? Is that Otatia? Lindale. So Lindale Club coming in first place. Paced well as well. Just took the lead in that last 100 metres as they come through, and about 1:16 for 500 metres. So that's not hanging around. The youngster gets the baton for Lindale. And wearing the New Zealand top. Who's that steaming away at the front? One of our sprint crew. So that's Zahn Bowden out the front. The big long strides of a triple jumper. Poor little junior getting left in his wakes of Lindale. But they're steaming around. There you can see the athletes on the home straight. As we see, that's about mid-pack in the social LSKD relay. So the leaders now coming up towards 1K. So we should see them onto the home straight very soon. Here they come. So this is the front of the race. Great to see all these sprinters absolutely unloading with these 400 metre laps. It's sort of the chance for sprinters to show the distance athletes. This is how you run the 5,000.
Yeah, so Zahn Bowden,
just do it with your friends.
he would have run comfortably, probably around 56, 57 for that lap for his.
Yeah, it's
Got
impressive
some
stuff.
Got some potential beyond horizontal jumps, eh?
Yeah, there we go. You know, the distance runners are secretly, the distance coaches are sitting trackside saying, they'd make a good 800 runner. Wonder if I could convince them to do some Sunday long runs. And look at this. You can see all the teams getting ready for the changeover. The LSKD social relay here in full steam ahead. Look at this. Cast on. These guys are absolutely hooning.
So what's our predicted winning time, guys?
I remember when this was done a couple of years ago and they were aiming for the New Zealand record. And at the time, that was Paul Hamlin's 13:10.
Adrian Blinko.
Yeah, Adrian Blinko, sorry.
Yeah. Paul would love to have
Paul
that time.
Would,
Yeah.
would claim that. sorry, Paul. Or, sorry, Adrian, I should say. So Adrian's 13:10, and they missed it by like 3 or 4 seconds.
Wow.
So that's from my memory.
So we could see something, around that 13 minutes to 13:20 range. There's a bit of wind out there. You can see those Daikin flags fluttering in the breeze there.
There is. I want to say that it's dialed back a little bit. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but we can see all the changeovers taking place.
We haven't seen any drop battens yet, which is, a blessing.
Yeah, and most teams seem to be doing the 1 lap at a time. Not many teams are taking 2 laps at a time, which makes sense. You want to roll through them pretty quick. But yeah, people have obviously been training those changeovers well.
Just saw Troy Harold from the Night Ninjas rushing through the finish line. He's better known as a Masters 10K road man. He's showing his medal over 400 metres. You had an idea once for a challenge over this sort of distance, wasn't it?
I've always got ideas.
Yeah, lots of ideas for new national championship events, but
when people say just drop the ideas word, I'm full of ideas. In fact,
we've taken up many of them.
Yeah, I've thought about the idea of starting an ideas shop, so that's how far this rabbit hole goes. But anyway, back to the action. You can see athletes running shoulder to shoulder, trying to push their team as fast as they can around these 12.5 laps. They're still absolutely moving, and of course this is just after that changeover. So these athletes fresher at this stage. It's when they get behind that hammer throw cage, that's when the fatigue will really be kicking in.
So
and we've got a small army of lap counters just in front of the commentary booth who are trying to keep track of where all these teams are, because I don't know about you, Jason, but
I've
lost
count
track of the front of the race.
It's hectic out there. And I'm just looking at the pace charts, and for a team to eclipse Adrian Blanco's previous national 5,000 metre record, because it has been broken by Geordie Beamish, you'd need to average 63 seconds per lap.
Okay, so it's certainly doable. If we can find 12 runners who can run a good clip for a 400, you got to think it can be done.
We've probably got a bit of a mix of athletes out there too. We've got our seasoned middle distance runners and our fun runners, and probably a few high rocks athletes out there mixing up, trying to simulate some of that high intensity running they're going to need to do in a couple of months' time. And you'll be one of them, Hayden.
I will be one of them. I have bought into the dream, the high rocks dream.
High rocks is 1,000 metres in between
8
apparatus.
times 1,000 metres. Well, it's roughly okay. It sort of depends on the location, so the times do vary a little. But yeah, you do an exercise station in between each of the 1Ks. So it might be a 1K row, and then a sandbag lunge, some wall balls, pushing a sled. It's a really nice mix of the gym work and the running. But certainly these guys and girls here are running a lot faster than you'd want to. High rocks, they're absolutely moving. As we look at the home straight here, the Lindale runner just taking off.
And I am informed that the last lap runner will be wearing the side number on their shorts. So when we get to that stage of the event, we should have a pretty good idea of which team is winning.
And the time, we're about 8 minutes in.
Just,
Coming up
just under
minutes.
9.
Yeah.
Yep. So maybe just over a K to go.
Yeah, there was Lindale just there.
A big thank you to the sponsor of this event, LSKD. Be sure to go check out the LSKD teams. Great deals on today, some really fantastic looking gear. You can also create your own bespoke sign to cheer on your favourite athlete here at the Daikin Night of Fives.
This is a ultimate lactate shuttling challenge, isn't it? So you do not want to burn too many matches, as you would say, Hayden, in your 400 if you're coming back to do at least 2 or 3 more to help your team out.
Yeah, tricky
Pacing
one to pace.
yourself.
If you got 2 or 3 400s to do, how do you pace that first one? Do you go all out and just hope that you can recover for the next one?
And you don't want to be...
I remember doing a DMR, and we ran out of DMR teammates, so it was me and a buddy had to do it. Stephen Day, shout out to Stephen, and we ended up, so I think the traditional, you might be able to correct me, but 1,200 meters, 800, no, 1,200, 400, 800, 1,600, I think is the format. So we did it as a pair, so 1,200 and then you take a break and then you come back for the 800. So you only get a 60-second gap between doing a 1,200 and then an 800. And it was a cool little challenge, really interesting. Once you insert a rest,
You had
how
the-
much
Had the Kelvinator on your back up the home straight, did you?
Exactly. Yeah, the 400 and then followed by the 1,600 was an interesting challenge as well, because you get about 2 minutes recovery after doing your 400.
Yeah, I love watching the DMRs at the Colgate games with the kids running.
Yeah.
They're just
They're
enthralling.
great events, yeah. And obviously the DMR is made famous from the US collegiate scene, where they just do it indoors, don't they? It's not an outdoor part of the program, but gives a chance for the middle distance runners to pair up with the sprinters and have a 400 runner in the mix. Now we're coming up towards 12 minutes now, so we're getting close to world record territory. So we haven't had a bell yet for our leaders. Surely it must be pretty soon, but no one's there to ring the bell, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on. We think we're down to the last lap. Must be close. Yeah. So yeah, we've clicked over 12 minutes. But great scenes here at the Daikin Night of Fives. This is the LSKD social relay over 5K. Again, the format really great. The first runners must run at least 500 meters to get things underway. And then from there, you can run at least 400 meters per runner. And these guys and girls are absolutely sending it around the track. Starting to get a bit tired at this stage, I've got to say. We're probably into runners having run multiple 400-meter laps at this stage in the relay. But we're definitely coming up to the final legs very, very soon. And here they come. This is the winner of the LSKD social relay, taking it out, jogging over the line. And look at this big sprint finish. Impressive. I wonder if that was a 100-meter sprint just to top it off. Amazing work. So first and second over the line. And around about, what sort of time did we have there? 13 something?
13:35:36 for the winning team.
So Geordie Beamish, Adrian Blinko, you're both safe. So,
but a very, we don't know whether that was an all-female team coming in, probably a mixed gender team.
Yeah.
The X squad, probably within 5-6 seconds of that. So,
it
low
puts into
1340s.
perspective how ridiculously fast the top 5,000 metre runners in the world and in the country are. Thinking back to the Night of Fives record, which is Julian Oakley's 13:27.
29.
Off the top of my head, 29.
74.
Yeah, 13:29. So Julian Oakley's safe tonight as well.
Saw him out
But
running
only
at the
just.
Mount the other day, so I'm
Nice,
not sure.
yeah.
Didn't see him in the field for tonight. But he's
I'd heard he
actually
was,
had quite a
but
few
yeah.
wins here, isn't he?
He's 4-time winner,
One-
reigning champ anyway. Should know this off by heart because I wrote up some notes earlier this morning. Let me skip back to it. 4-time winner, the 32-year-old Julian Oakley. He will be lining up, from what I've heard, joining his training partners, Sam Tanner, Sam Ruth. And I cannot wait for that battle between the two Sams after famously they dead heated at the national champs in the 1,500 metres. And Sam Jr. has gone from strength to strength since then. And it seems like Sam Tanner may be in a good vein of form as well.
Not only the athletics fraternity are going to be interested in this, but I think the whole of New Zealand might be tuning in some, or a lot of
Absolutely.
New Zealanders tonight to
I
see
think
whether
this
he
one-
can capture another record.
Yeah, this one captures your imagination because you've got the T100 champion, triathlete, 2-time Olympic medalist Hayden Wilde, who has won the New Zealand 5K title 3 times.
And second fastest in the field over 5,000 metres with a PB of 13:23. So
Yep. And paced by Theo Quacks, who you can't ask for much better pacing than, I mean, he's probably in the top 5 Kiwis all time over the 5,000 metres with a 13:16 off the top of my head.
back to Sam. Saw him take out the Spectacle Invitational Mile, including the New Zealand Road Mile Champs a couple of weeks ago, and he has definitely got his mojo back.
Yeah.
He absolutely swatted Festus Legat and Jack Anstey. In that last 200 metres, he unleashed. So he looked the best I've seen him look for some time in New Zealand.
It looked
So-
like he had that top gear back again.
And he
after
was-
dealing
he
with
certainly
with a few
wasn't-
injuries and niggles.
guaranteed of it. With 200 to go, he had a lot of work to do, but just steamrolled that last 50 metres.
That's awesome. So next up on the track after the LSKD, we really get into these 5,000 metres. So the men's E-race, can you believe that? We've already had a couple of 5,000 metre events tonight, but we're going to the E-race. So these are the graded races, and these are still going to be fast. I mean, I was sort of looking at the pacing that we've got lined up for these, and they're still all really, really quick. I'll just bring it up now. I mean, if you think your average park run, if you're running sort of 18 minutes, you're right at the front of the park run. We don't have it quite there either. So
We had that last race, which was the first one on the program, won in just over 18 minutes. So, and that was a mixed 5K. So we're getting into the specialty grades now. So this is the men's E-grade 5,000 metres. So, this event is just going from strength to strength.
absolutely. So 22 athletes lining up in this one. So big fields all round. So times 22 odd by 5, and you can see how many men from all around New Zealand have come up to Auckland tonight to take part in this. In the women's, we have, is it 3 5,000 meter women's races off the top of my head, just going through. Maybe it's 2 standalone women's races.
Yeah, 2.
And we saw a lot of women in the open race earlier as well. So just great fields lining up. And what I love about these lower grades is you get these cool matchups between your 50-something Masters runners that are still going strong, and then these young 14, 15-year-olds coming up through the ranks. Yeah, so this should be really fun.
There's a few names to recognise in there. Ben Winder from Owaraka, he's a well-performed Masters athlete. Michael Pugh out of Tauranga. He's the dad of Eleanor Pugh, who'll be running later this evening in the kinetic
Be the 800.
physiotherapy women's at 5,000 metres.
Oh, yep, she'll be in the 5K.
She's off to the World Cross Country in a couple of weeks' time in Florida.
Awesome.
So Michael's still doing a bit of running, and he ran the North Island Masters a couple of weeks ago. So, yeah, it's a real mix of ages in some of these races, which is good because you can, compare yourself with the younger ones and vice versa.
Yeah. And it is great timing with World Cross Country coming up in Florida, 10th of January, I think it is. So we're only, 3 weeks away? Less than 3 weeks away. So, yeah, you've got the likes of, Scarlett Robb, Eleanor Pugh, who you mentioned. They're all lining up tonight as potentially one of the last races that they'll do as a tune-up towards that World Cross Country, and 6 kilometres for the under 20 women. So obviously 5K on the track is perfect.
24 Kiwis going to represent Godzone at Tallahassee, and we've got senior men, senior woman, junior men, junior woman, and a relay team for the first time since Bathurst back in Australia when we last had a relay team.
And so that relay team looks like Bo Ritchie, Tilly Hollier, David Lee and Christian Duval. Good quality team. And do you know much about the course over there in Tallahassee? Can we expect
It's
some
used
hills?
for a lot of American races, and I think
Yeah.
it has been used for some of the collegiate championships. Not sure whether there's going to be snow on the ground, but I have seen a bit of snow in
I would
races
doubt
over
it
there
if
in the
it's
last
in
couple
Florida,
of weeks ago.
right?
But
So-
yeah, you can never say never in today's
You never know.
climate-changing world.
Now there's a good crowd filling out to the right of where we are, so the opposite of where you guys can see on screen. And they're lining up ready to watch the women's pole vault, because it's a really good field lining up in this women's pole vault, and we'll do our best to keep tabs on it. We've been instructed to follow mostly the track action because it is the night of fives, but we really can't ignore what's happening in the women's pole vault, especially because Olivia McTaggart is here taking on that women's pole vault. It'll be great to see what our Olympian World Champs representative can do here in New Zealand. We won't see a huge amount of our top 3 leading female vaulters this summer here because they've got their training base over in the UK and will be doing their indoor circuit over in Europe. But great to have Olivia McTaggart, 473 lifetime best. And I think she's our leading vaulter from this year. So interesting to see what she can do tonight from the 25-year-old. And we've also got local girl Hannah 80, who recently cleared 4:10 for the first time. And here we are, the men's e-race getting ready to roll. You can see the split start there. With a field like this, 22 athletes, you can imagine as they go straight into that bend, they're all trying to run that shortest line, and it gets pretty tight around there.
And it'll be even tighter for the B race, I think, 30 in the B race.
Wow, yeah.
A bit later on in the evening.
And they're away in the next 5,000 metre race here at the Daikin Night of Fives, the 15th running of this event, and this is the men's E grade. But don't let the E grade title fool you. This will still be quick. We can imagine a finishing time around low 17 minutes, I'd imagine, for this one, potentially into the 16s. And straight off into it, 36 seconds for that first 200. So that's 15-minute flat territory. I'm sure they'll slow down a little bit from that.
Ian McDonald, the former Tauranga Rambler, now living in Rotorua, used to be a well-performed junior back probably 10, 15 years ago. I think he's doing high rocks now, so that's what his partner told me before. So
Gets the best of us.
He's looking to put in some intensity. Thought maybe around about 17 to 18 minutes he could do tonight. So he's being very ambitious at this stage.
So they go through 400 metres, just a tick outside 112. So it's probably slowed up to about 115 for that first 400. But already things spread into those two groups. So there you can see one group just about 15 metres off the pack of that next group. And potentially after different pacing strategies here. So we've got a pacer out the front, carrying Ian McDonald through. He does look like he's put on a bit of leg muscle for those lunges and those sled pulls and pushes for the high rocks. It's an interesting conundrum for coaches and trainers to try and work out the high rocks balance. It's a bit like the decathlon, trying to balance speed, power and endurance. But this group coming up towards 800 metres now. We just saw the second group on screen go through. And they go through in just a tick under 2:34. So yeah, they're looking, so they started out at 15-minute flat territory, now looking more like sort of 16-minute territory as we come up towards the first 1K, which will give us a good indication. And that front group has really come together. There you can see the pacer just having a little look around, see who's with him. There we go. So going through 3:14. So that's going for about 16:15, 16:20 pace. So if this is the E grade, it gives you an idea of how fast. Second group going through in about 3:26 for that first K. So they're on track for something a tick over 17 minutes. So two distinct groups forming up.
I can remember a couple of years ago, Shores Corporal from Lake City running in the C grade 5,000 metres, where he led the whole way running 15:10 as a 47-year-old, and it was the world best time for that year for his age.
Wow.
And I think the B grade was won in something like 14:40 or something like that. So yeah, there's some real depth in these races where, you know, it's good to be in the race where you're targeting your PB, but you can't always get that. I saw some big names that have missed out on the elite the elite 5K.
Yeah, it's no guarantee. And I think the elite 5K, the B race is looking to go sort of low 14s. So it's, you know, in previous years, if you go back 10 years, you could have won this event in a 14-15. Now that might win you the B race. So it's definitely progressing. And yeah, we're in for a real treat tonight on 5,000 metre racing. And talk to us, Jason, around the tactics, how you approach this race, because 12 and a half laps, you don't want to go to sleep at any stage, but you also, like any distance race, you need to pace yourself so you're not going to explode at any stage. So, like for you, when you think back to racing these sorts of distances, what's the mindset coming into a race like this?
I think, it's a real fine line. You need to get out well and on your pace if you're going for a time. So it's kind of a little bit different with it if you're racing in a championship race, but probably the hardest part of the race is between that 3K mark, that mile after that, between 3 and 4.6K. So that's when, the hurt's really coming on, and it's a mental game. You've just got to stay in it. And that's where you can, if you're going for a time, can easily drift off the pace that you're seeking. So you really have to, make sure that you don't go too hard in the first couple of K, and leaving plenty for that final push for home, where every second counts. And it's just a mentally grueling, physically grueling distance on the track.
And they go through in 6:36, so that's about 3:18 per kilometre. So, it's just slowing up into the sort of mid-16s there for the front runners. So we've got the pacemaker and then young Jack Tomlinson out of Athletics Tauranga. And so I'm interested to know, from a coaching point of view, Jason, how you might talk to talk to an athlete and maybe do a workout. So say you're 1 week out, you head to the track, do a workout to kind of gauge your 5K pace. Is there anything you might do to sort of work out what sort of fitness you're in? Have you got any go-to sessions you might do to gauge that?
I think you really need to have done the work prior to the last week, but just definitely those those intervals over 600 metres, 800 metres, 1,000 metres, where you're pushing the limits and, with reasonably short recoveries in the early part of your preparation, and then as you get closer to the event, really having some quality VO2 max, kind of 200 and 400 metre rep work to really boost yourself for this distance. But you need a great background. I mean, it's one of the strength events on the track. So if you've got a good foundation, good conditioning from cross country, and good base to work from before you do your specific prep on the track. A lot of it would be, but also out running hills and on the road as well, just to mix it up.
Yeah. So they carry on this men's e-race here at the Daikin Night of Fives 2025 edition, which is the 15th running of this event. We haven't missed one event since it started 15 years ago. Still going strong, and so strong that we've got 9 5,000 metre races to get through. So this is the E grade for the men. We've got 2 graded women's race as well, but 22 men lining up in this one. And at the moment it's Jack Tomlinson, the youngster out of Tauranga, just tucked in there behind the pacemaker, who's doing a fantastic job. We're coming up towards 3 kilometres, and this will give us a good indication on the sort of pace that they're on track for. Maybe coming through in about 10 minutes. And exactly 10 minutes. The clock ticks over Jack Tomlinson. on pace. So that would put him at 16:40. So mid-16s. And then it's about 15 metres back to that next pack of 3 behind Jack. So good little battle for second and third in this race.
And that pacer from Bays is doing a superb job just shielding Jack from that wind, particularly up the front straight. There's a big help where you can actually just look at that clean pair of heels in front of you and just concentrate, staying on that pole line, getting your rhythm going and staying on pace.
Oh, it makes such a difference to have some company, especially in these stages. So if a pacer can pull through that, like you talked about, those dark stages of 3K to 4.5, every metre that a pacer can give you here is really, really beneficial. Because you can kind of fall asleep between, I don't know, 2K and 3K, but this is where it's not falling asleep, you're hurting so bad. It's a matter of pain avoidance at this stage in the race.
Yeah, and not getting caught up when you're lapping runners as well, as we see the front two guys there just moving around one of the athletes there. So you just got to make sure you efficiently get round so you don't lose too much momentum, too much time, or even risk tripping up.
So on screen there, that's about 10th place. These runners coming through 3.4K, and that's the first bend you can see on screen, and that's the home straight. And this is about 16th place coming through with 1 mile to go, 4 laps. For me, that was always a mental barrier when I know it's 1 mile to go. And if you do mile reps in your training, you know what 1 mile to finish a workout feels like. So you can often think that it's just another little milestone, literal milestone to pass, knowing that, okay, it's 1 mile rep to go.
So what was your focus? Was it flexing those lower abdominals and turning on the glutes and making sure that you were driving for home?
For me, yeah. I have 2 cues that help me, and that's quick feet, hips up. So when I get
belly button up.
Yeah, belly button up, yeah. I find I'll sink down, end up sitting on the bike or sitting in the bucket, and that cadence just slows up. So I'll often just say it as a mantra to myself. Hips up, fast feet, hips up, fast feet. And it, like you say, it turns on your glutes, that getting the hips up, because it's encouraging that hip extension. As we see 2 runners just going side by side there, 3 laps to go.
And that run cadence is so important too when you're getting to the taxing stages of a 5,000 metres. If you lengthen your stride, you actually find it harder to run efficiently. So just keeping that cadence going in your stride, so as not to send yourself into oxygen debt.
Yeah. Now they've just gone through 4K, have the 2 leaders, and this pacer is doing such a great job. I hope Jack Tomlinson is going to buy him at least a burger at one of the food trucks afterwards, because he's taken him through 4.2K and still going, looking over his shoulder saying, come on, Jack, let's keep going. It's only 15 metres from there back to our Night Ninjas runner, number 3, Nathan Blunden. So the 16-year-old out of Night Ninjas, he's sitting there in second place if we take out the pacer. But maybe the pacer's decided I may as well finish the race, which he's more than welcome to.
What have we got? Jack's got a PB in there somewhere that we can find?
I'm sure we can find it. Let's do some sleuthing. If you haven't already discovered it, your greatest resource for keeping track of athletics stats is anzrankings.org.nz, and you'll be able to look up. He's got no...
maybe on the start list,
might be able to find that. So just as I start talking about up ANZ rankings, we can't find Jack Tomlinson, the race leader, on there, so not yet listed. No PB listed, unfortunately. But Jack is coming up to get the bell, and it's about, you can see the distance there on your screen. That's about 15 metres back to Nathan Blunden, just
15:28
behind
through
him.
the bell.
So it's Nathan Blunden there, and then it's Sam Carrier, and also number 23, who we do not have a name for, but he's going well nonetheless. And we've also got Triumph Pilgrim. That's a great name.
Yeah, Run Timaru are
Pilgrim.
really well represented. Jesse Kempf, the club coach, has brought his stable of athletes up. This is one of the most popular events for the Run Timaru guys. They've come a long way. Some women be running as well. I think I've seen a few of them out there in earlier races. So great to have some mainlanders up in the
Absolutely.
north for the 5,000. It's all on here.
It's all on. So here we come to one of the first exciting finishes of the evening. This is the men's E grade at the Daikin Night of Fives. Jack Tomlinson has been sitting behind the pacemaker the whole way. The pacemaker just peels off now,
Oh, it's
and
all
Jack puts on the burners, but this is going to be close because right behind him, Nathan Blunden is right there. Oh boy, it's so close on the line.
Oh, nice.
Jack hangs on for the win. Nathan Blunden comes through in second. Liam Stolberger, number 4 on his hip, coming across in third place. Sam Carrier in fourth. Wow, that was a great
frenetic.
finish.
16:41 unofficially, should I say, for the winner there. And Jack's absolutely reamed himself as we watch him recover. Just meters away, he's really just put it all out there on the track.
Absolutely.
Fantastic for a 17-year-old.
Yeah, the 17-year-old versus the 16-year-old. Big finish. And that's the E grade, finishing in mid-16s. So we're just going to get faster and faster from here. We can expect the women's race to be a similar sort of time when that kicks off around 9:30. But yeah, we can probably, with these men's races, just minus a minute for every grade that we go up. So the D grade should finish with a 15, but runners are coming across the line now in 17 minutes something. All doing a great job. And I want to say the wind is dying down a little bit. I'm just looking around at the trees. You can see those in the distance. You can see the flags just wafting a little bit, but it's not it was forecast to be gusty westerlies. I wouldn't call these conditions gusty. I would say it's having lived 8 years of my lifetime in Wellington, this is in the breeze range.
And we're straight into the D race.
We are. So we'll get rid of that one off the desk, those heat sheets, and we'll go straight over to the D race where we have 25 athletes lined up in this one. And again, a mixture of young and old, right from Liam Crooks, Daniel Mumby, who are both 14 years of age. And then we go up to the other end of the scale. We've got Alan State from Hatia Run, and he's 49 years of age. So the full spectrum covered.
Wim Looper's in there, well-performed Masters athlete.
55, didn't see Wim.
Tim Hitchcock from Auckland City Athletics.
Now, am I right in remembering when Sam Ruth set his mile sub-4, Wim broke the New Zealand Masters age group record for the mile?
He was definitely in the race. I'm not sure whether he did, but he's broken many records in the Auckland Centre for Masters.
Someone in the comments jump in and let
Please
us know
tell
what
us.
Wim's done, because he's a classy runner. And he's one of those annoying guys who keeps on getting faster the older he gets.
He is. He lives on Rakino Island, I think it is, out in Hauraki, and he has one dirt road to run up on.
Amazing.
But keeps himself very fit and supple, and yeah, still.
All the running nerds listening are like,
I remember him running.
Maybe that's what I'm missing.
I remember
need to
him
find a
running
dirt road.
under 18s. So and then he disappeared from the sport, and he's come back stronger in the Masters.
So good. All right, we're about to go with another 5,000 metres. This is the D race, 12 and a half laps, of course, here at the Daikin Night of Fives. My name's Hayden Sherman. With me here is Jason Cameron, outer stadia events manager for Athletics New Zealand, here on the mic with us in the in-stadia events. I guess you're a bit more freed up in the summertime to enjoy the sport rather than being running around like a headless chicken at an event, trying to keep these events running.
We're just finished for the winter, October, but yeah, in planning mode for next year with looking after trail and mountain and ultra now. So
and it's
really
it's good to have a really good calendar now. It seems like
we've got a rolling calendar for 3 years, which is through to 2028. Is that the same guy pacing again?
It is. It's the same.
In the D race. That guy is.
He ran all the way to 4,900 meters.
He's like one of those Marvel characters. He's just. I'm not going to say Hulk Hogan because that's you, Hayden, when you're training for the high rocks.
So we've just been told that's Ben Otis out the front doing the pacemaking job. I hope he's being paid well. Paul Hamblin put him on the payroll here at Bays.
69 first lap.
How many laps do you think you got to pace at the Night of Fives to get a free club membership? There's a question.
I was going to say a pizza or a burger, but there's plenty on offer down there. So if you are in Auckland tonight and you're thinking, I don't want to miss out on the big time action, and something really special might happen here tonight, come down because it's only $10 to get in.
You've still got time. There's food trucks here. Dinner and dessert is sorted.
It's a beautiful night.
Red Bulls galore at the Red Bull tent. DJ playing. And Hao Ting Ma is running. So I've just noticed him in the start list. He's probably as close as you can get to a running celebrity here in Auckland. When you see Hao Ting at a marathon, he'll usually be wearing no shirt and a cape. Absolutely love it. Great character, and I love catching up with Hao Ting every Night of Fives whenever I'm here. So good to see him here in the D race. Now this is the leading pack you can see on screen. We've split into two groups as we go through, and what's that, 2:25? So on pace for just a tick over 15 minutes. That's 3-minute Ks, or just over. So there's two groups running. That's the second group you can see on screen. There was Hao Ting Ma wearing the headband and the Owairaka singlet. And all those runners going through in 2:40 at the back of the pack there. So still moving. So they've gone through 1K in just a tick over 3 minutes here in this D grade race. Ben Otis doing a great job at the front again. And it's just a youngster tucked in behind him.
From Athletics Tauranga.
I believe Wim Loopers is sitting in that second group. Things just starting to get stretched out a little bit. Some of the members of that second group realizing that first group's just stretching away on them. There you can see that gap. So they're the chasing runners just in the middle there, those three. They're trying to bridge the gap. There's Hao Ting. We'll keep tabs on him. Celebrity spotting here at the AUT Millennium. And they go through 3 laps, sorry. And our leader's coming up to the finish line now on the home straight. That is mid-pack. So there are those three who are trying to bridge across to that leading train that have the pacer doing a fantastic job again, leading them round.
I can't see Wim Loopers in there, actually. Have you seen him there tonight?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a scratching.
Started.
So now coming up towards a mile, our pacers, and I wonder if we can get a shot down at the start line as they go through, because a bit of separation. That front train had a good group of about 9 or 10 men. That group has been split into 3 groups. So there's that group of 3 trying to chase down the leaders. But this pace is hot. Ben Otis has really stepped up the pace from that E grade to the D grade. And he is setting a good tempo for these boys up front.
Yeah, it was 4:55 through that mile.
So Daniel Adidal out the front. Oh, that was just Daniel slipping over. Did he cramp, or I just missed that? If we'll be able to see him just off screen there. So hopefully he's okay. Did you catch that, Jason?
I'm not sure whether he, tripped over or whether he was in some distress. He was looking really good.
Yeah, so whether he just clipped a shoe.
Fluid.
I hope he's okay. He's
Natural looking style.
been helped off the track and just grabbing a seat. So it looks like he's okay. But it means Ben Otis has, I think it's Finlay Robinson for company now at the front of the race. So it's just the 2 leaders. And one of those is a pacemaker. So that means that young Finlay Robinson out of Upper Hutt might be left with a bit of work to do if Ben does pull out. But we saw in the last race, Ben went very deep as a pacemaker can go.
Yeah, and Jack had that buffer where he was able to just keep an eye on proceedings coming into that last 100 and managed to hold off the field.
And you got to think, if Ben didn't stick with him, the other 3 behind him could have caught Jack in that previous race. So definitely Ben doing a great job and proving the worth of having a pacemaker out there, giving a rabbit for everyone to chase. And this must be coming up. Oh, we've gone through 2K, so apologies, we missed that 2K split.
Yeah, I missed a couple there.
But not too far away from the 3K. So those runners you can see on screen there, they're the chasers trying to chase down young Finlay Robinson, who's with Ben Otis. It's well, there's the gap right there. It's about 40 metres. And that's back to Jack Murray of Hamilton City Hawks. He's sitting there in second.
And looking at the PB for Finlay Robinson, he's run 16:50. So he's definitely on for a PB at this stage. It's whether he can hold that pace. Ben Otis doing sterling work out there at front. Got a couple of chasers though.
And just off camera, I could see Olivia McTaggart going through some practice vaults with the bar at about 440. So good to see her getting warmed up. So there's a lot of the crowd is finding a spot on the embankment around there, just to the right of your screen there. And there's the leaders. That's young Finlay Robinson out the front from Upper Hutt. No doubt he does a lot of training along the hut walkway, along the river, and up into the hills. There's some beautiful trail running around there.
That's that 3K there.
So they go through a 9:20, 9:21. So looking at a time of around 15:30, which would be on point in terms of our improving by 1 minute every grade that we go up. Which means if we're at D grade, C grade will be mid-14s, B grade will be mid-13s, and we'll have a sub-13. Is that too much to ask for? And there is Hao Ting going through 3K, 9:56. Good work, Hao Ting.
It's got that cadence going.
It's really cool to see how he's progressed his running. I remember
What's his best marathon?
he's run many in the 240s, and I want to say he's done about a 245, 246. But I remember meeting Hao Ting as a very short, rotund 13-year-old, and he's just entered the kind of Auckland social running scene and just fell in love with it. He just discovered it at that age, fell in love with it, met lots of local runners, and became a real constant presence and smiling face at all the events around Auckland.
Yeah, somewhat of a celebrity at the National Road Relay Champs, if I do
Yes,
recall as well,
absolutely.
with some of the festivities
Yeah,
that happen at the end of the
Yes,
end of the
no
day,
doubt.
involving some replenishment. Of,
Yep.
Sustenance.
Yeah, a lot of refreshment, a lot of rehydration, you might say.
This is looking good.
Do we call it competitive rehydration?
Yeah, very tactful.
If you've just joined us, welcome to the coverage of the Daikin Night of Fives. It's fantastic to have your company. My name is Hayden Sherman. I'm joined in the commentary booth by Jason Cameron, Athletics New Zealand out-of-stadia events manager. And we are watching the D grade 5,000 metres, the men's 5,000 metres D grade, which is on track for something in the mid-15s. The youngster Finlay Robinson is tucked in behind the fantastic pacemaking duties of Ben Otis, who is backed up from pacing the E grade race. So Ben doing a wonderful job. Just looking over his shoulder, he just saw them go past the finish line there. And that is second place. That's Jack Murray, closely followed by Rohan Kanagasunda. I hope I got your name right. Oh, I'm missing some of it. Okay, let me give that another go. Kanagasundaram. Kanagasundaram.
He's a 20-year-old.
Kanagasundaram. I hope I'm getting that roughly right. Apologies, Rohan, if I'm murdering it. I will endeavour to do better.
Rohan needs to get out with only 3 and a bit laps to go.
Yeah, it's almost
He's
like
gotta
Ben
cut it
Otis and Finlay have stepped on the speed there, because I feel like that gap has grown, if nothing else, from Finlay, who's in, first place on the track, if you take away the pacemaker. So 2 laps to go. So inside that last kilometre, and I want to say it's 45 metres back to second place. Rohan Kanaga-Sundaram. I'm getting better. Ben Otis again doing a brilliant pacemaking job. I mean, this is the sort of pacemaking that you'd pay for. You come along to a park run or something, wanting to break 20 minutes for the first time. Who do you call? Get Ben Otis down there. So Ben, if you're watching this live stream and
are we wondering,
delayed
is he going to
coverage,
pace the C race next?
yeah, just
It's
chuck your
like-
details
yeah,
below.
it's like-
Set up your website.
5 by 5,000 metres.
Yeah.
It's a marathon workout.
how would you charge for pacemaking duties? So say if someone wanted a sub 20 minute, I mean, that's going to be easier than a sub 16 minute like this one. So you're probably going to have a lower rate.
Finley Robinson, 1 lap to go, ladies and gentlemen. Make a little bit of noise.
And he's even clapping. Ben Otis, there he is, leading out Finley Robinson, 1 lap to go, and he's clapping Finley Robinson, looking over his shoulder. Absolute master pacemaking. That gap is closed, though. It's only about 25 metres now back to Rohan.
Yeah, Rohan is ramping. His cadence is picked up, and he is making ground here.
Yeah, Jack Murray just slipping a little bit, but holding solid in third place.
Ben might actually need to stay in there without providing any assistance, of course.
So Finley Oliver has moved just in front of Ben now as they go through 200 metres to go now, past the Athletics New Zealand HQ, and just in behind them, Rohan Kanaga Sundararam. I don't think I got it right that time, but Rohan doing really well, chasing down Finley, but Finley has a little glance over his left shoulder. I think he's got this one in the bag. He starts to move onto his toes now, does the man from Upper Hutt. He's led the whole way, went with the pacemaker. Brilliant pacemaking from Ben Otis again, who's cheering along second place, and it is Finley Robinson for the win.
And a big PB, 15:43 unofficially, so his old PB was 16:40 odd.
And Rohan Kanaga Sundararam crossing the line. And in second place, Jack Murray, who picks up third place over the line.
Just over 16 minutes for Jack.
So there we go. E grade finished in 16 mid. D grade finishing 15 mid. And another finisher crossing the line. That was Max Maddock out of Auckland City Athletics, another 17-year-old in the field. Good to see these teenagers. And Houting Ma coming in to the finish now. Good run from Houting, 16:40. Might be a PB for Houting. And the crowd's absolutely cheering these guys on. Look at that, bodies all over the floor. This is the sight that you see every year at Night of Fives. It's like gravity just turns up about 4 notches and everyone hits the deck. And this is the thing, when you're emptied of oxygen, this is what happens to your body.
It is like stepping onto an ice rink.
Yeah.
Without your ice skates on.
And just looking behind, and I saw Olivia McTaggart clearing about 4:40 with a little clip over the practice bar. Do you call it well, I guess it's the elastic, isn't it? So Olivia McTaggart getting ready to go in the women's pole vault very soon, and looking like she's in form to jump mid-4s already.
Her first competitive outing of the summer after finishing, I was going to say, in the top 10 at Tokyo in the World Champs.
That's a really good question. I need to
Yeah,
refresh
you're going to
my
check me on
memory.
that. Definitely a finalist. And I'm going to say between 8 and 10. Oh, 8.
So 465 is her result from the World Champs this year, and that got her in 8th place. So yeah, you're right, top 10. And Imogen Eris also getting top 10 with a 445 clearance. And remember, Eliza McCartney, the old demon surfaced again in that Achilles, so unfortunately she had a no mark in that final. But great again to have our 3 top vaulters in another global final. So cool. So that is the conclusion of the men's D 5,000 meters. What's next up there, Jason?
Got the men's
Cameron?
para 100 meters with 3 athletes, all well known to athletics aficionados. So we'll have Jaden Movold, T54 in lane 2. Jackson Woolley, T38, F36 in lane 4. And Zachary Orbell, TF35 in lane 5. And I remember that scintillating 100 metres from Jackson at Dunedin at the Nationals, where he ran a PB earlier this year and took the win.
Yeah, looking at the results, 11.91 from Jackson. And that was 89% of the world record, so that's impressive from Jackson. So we can expect something around that 12-second mark. Looking at the wind, it's a crosswind for these guys, but potentially slight head. I don't think they'll get any assistance from the wind, but it's really not too bad. Temperatures for 100 meters, it's hard to say. And we're underway here in this 100 meters. They're off. Jackson Woolley's off to a flying start. Here he is in the green, absolutely storming to the finish. Zachary Orbell just outside of him and getting that chair up to speed. Jaden Movold. Great to see Jaden. I think we're going to see Jaden in the 5,000 meters tonight as well. Boy, it would be so hard to get those wheels spinning over 100 meters. Man, the torque required to get that wheel up to speed would be phenomenal. And so, on paper, Jaden first across the line. We will await the results and times of those to come through. But yeah, Jackson looked really, really quick just then. Getting out fast, getting up to speed early. And the crowd that's building and building as the evening's going on, really cheering those 3 boys along. Next up on the track will be the women's para. And we've just got 2 competitors lining up in this one. So Kate Danaher, T37, and Gabrielle Wright, T54 athlete. So again, in the chair. So we can expect 5 or 6 seconds separating these. But often, and definitely at national champs, how these para events will be worked out is they will do a percentage of the world record in that classification, and then the athlete with the highest percentage will take out the win. We assume that's how these are being run today. So although Kate and Gabriel will do different times, we're after that percentage. So the 2 North Harbour Bays athletes getting ready to roll and to run. And the women's pole vault is set to kick off at 7 o'clock. So just under 10 minutes to go till that starts up. And we're away in the women's para. Kate Danaher, Gabrielle Wright in the chair. Here they come. Kate Danaher will be the first to come to your screens. Personal best of 15.74. Here she comes. Home crowd cheering her along. And right next to the crowd there in lane 7, Gabrielle Wright. So the focus on the track over the next 15 minutes or so is purely the 100 metres, and next up will be the Masters men. I love this one because we get to see there's a great Masters sprint community this side of the bridge in Auckland, and we get to see a lot of these athletes come out every night of fives, and these guys are quick. They might be Masters runners, but we've got times in well under 12 seconds from these boys. In fact, the slowest seed time is 13:26. The quickest is 11.36 from Ian Lathwood, the 46-year-old out of Takapuna. So he'll be running in lane 4. Daniel Lowe is out there in lane 2 from Auckland City. Gulab Singh from Auckland Masters Athletics in lane 3. Then there's Ian Lathwood, Mark Lambert from lane 5, Wayne Holroyd from lane 6, Mikkel Constantine in lane 7, and from Takapuna, James Maltby in lane 8. There's James wearing the blue and gold of Takapuna. I have to apologise to the Takapuna crew for thinking that one of their athletes earlier in the afternoon was from Otago. Sure they get it all the time.
No handicapping in this, I take it, Hayden.
Yeah,
we've got the oldest in the field at Mikkel Constantine at 55, and Mark Lambert, who's actually pretty quick, 11.6, second fastest in the field. He's 52.
I would have taken 11.6 when I was 22. Here we go.
You either got the fast twitch or you haven't.
Yeah, that's true. They're in their blocks now. The men's masters, 100 metres. And they're away. Look at the middle of your screen. Oh, yeah, really quick start there from Ian Lathwood. Mark Lambert right there. But it's Ian Lathwood for the win. The two Takapuna boys take it. Ian Lathwood, Mark Lambert next to him. Very closely followed by Wayne Holroyd. But Ian Lathwood, he was out of the blocks really fast, was the 46-year-old, up to speed early and came home.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can draw your attention over to the pole vault area, it is my pleasure to introduce the field for the...
So here we have our field for the women's pole vault. We'll bring in the start list. So there she is, Olivia McTaggart, our Olympian, 8th place at the World Champs this year, our top performed Kiwi. And there's Aria Rhodes just next to her. So going through the rest of that field, Milena Henderson, Aria Rhodes, Brina Leong, Hannah Adey, Maya Grundy, Elaine Zai. So a lot of those athletes in either the mid-3s or the high 3s. Looking at someone like Elaine Zai, who's eyeing up that 4-metre mark as a real magic figure. We saw Hannah Adey go over 4 metres earlier this year. And of course, Olivia McTaggart, will expect to see her open up probably around 4:20ish. So once all the other ladies have had a good shot, and we turn our attention now back to the track. So the Masters woman is away, and right in the middle of the field, Helen Fletcher is looking strong. And look at this from Helen Turner on the inside. Helen Turner, oh, so close between the two Helens. Christina Adamson coming over the line now with Chris Waring. But Helen Turner and Helen Fletcher, neck and neck. I was giving it to Helen Fletcher early on, who was running there in lane 4, but lane 2 from Takapuna. Takapuna having a good day here in the sprints. Good little rivalry between the two North Shore clubs. So, Jason Cameron, have you got a 100-metre PB that you can share with us? Do we compare 100-metre PBs at this stage?
I don't think I ever ran beyond ribbon days with Fairfield Athletic Club. Moved up to 800 metres and 1,500 metres pretty swiftly.
So, unlike me, you haven't won your regional centre 100-metre senior title?
No, loved the distance. But yeah, I did. My claim to fame was being in a lane next to Hugh Percy, who was I think he ended up being the New Zealand 100-metre champion at one stage, being drawn in a lane next to him at Innis Common in Hamilton when I was the tender age of 7 or 8 years of age.
That's awesome.
But didn't enjoy it much.
I've always
give me
felt
the multiple
I'm
lap
still
events.
getting up to speed in a 200, so yeah, the 100 was far too short. One time I did turn up to the Taranaki Champs and was next to the Jacob Stockwell, who's the former New Zealand junior champ in the 100 metres, but I was the only senior in the race, and so I did manage to take out the senior regional title in about 14 and a half seconds. But it was a great warm-up for the 1,500 metres, which was about 15 minutes later. So,
very important for the distance running to keep up that work on the pure speed.
It is, and I really do like to see athletes when they're, especially when they're younger and they might be focusing on the 8 or the 15, to jump in the odd 200 or definitely 400, but even 100. Put yourself in an uncomfortable position, work on that top end speed. So we've got this senior men's 100 metres now. This one is sponsored by the CEO Institute, and here we go, right in the middle of your screens. Woo-hoo-hoo! Wow, Zach Saunders absolutely tearing away with it. And I was looking for Joe Dolphin, but I don't know if he was in the race, and apologies, we were a bit late to the play with that one. It got away on us a little, but Zach Saunders taking the win, and Rylan Newmate just in behind him. So that was fast. It was over before we knew it. And just recapping some earlier results. So Finlay Robinson's time has been confirmed at 15:43 from the D grade race. Rohan Kanaga Sundararam with 15:47, and Jack Murray 16 seconds flat for the 5K. And then in the men's E grade, Jack Tomlinson 16:41, Nathan Blunden 16:42, and Liam Stolberger 16:43. Ended up a really close finish to that first of our men's graded races. And results slowly clicking through with a 77% performance from Kate Danaher in her 100 metres para, and winds, interestingly, slight tailwind of 1.3, so that crosswind is giving them a little boost on the way home. And still waiting for the men's para and also those previous races. But the next race up, sponsored by Shoe Science, will be the women's 100 metres. We have Jordan Blake in lane 3. In lane 4, Samantha Lathwood from Takapuna. In lane 5, after a fantastic weekend at New Zealand secondary schools, Mia Diega, the well-performed athlete across many sprint events and the high jump. And then Shannon Gary from Hastings Athletics Club. So great to see Mia Diega taking on the 100 metres here. In lane 5, Samantha Lathwood has the fastest time on paper in this group. And they're away. Good start here. Samantha Lathwood going strong. She's got a little lead, but here comes Mia Diega. Mia Diega absolutely pulling away with this. Wowee.
Such all-round athletic talent. Mia de Jager.
Yeah, impressive. And I think they had them in the wrong lanes there, but we got there eventually. Yeah, so impressive just to have that ability in the high jump and to keep that sprint speed up. And we know if you've ever seen Hamish Kerr do some stride outs, you see you need speed. Speed carries you over the bar. Although you're jumping vertically, you need
I think
that
she's
speed.
coached by Chris Strange out of the Hamilton Hawks Club, and she went to the World Juniors last year.
Yeah, great
Represented
to
New
see.
Zealand.
And we're just waiting for results to come through. It's just been the women's para so far. Oh, there we go. We've got men's para come through. So on percentage, Jackson Woolley takes that one out with an 86%, running a 12.36. So not a PB today, but a very slight headwind with a negative 0.2 metres per second. In second place, Zachary Orbell, 13.57, and that is an 84% of world record. And Jaden Movold got that wheelchair up to speed with a 17.25, and his percentage 79%. So the bar is up in the women's pole vault, and I want to say that started off at around about 320.
No, that's it. We're into the C5000 now.
Tom,
So next race on the track will be the C grade 5,000. So I was just checking if we had a sponsor for this one, but let's just call it the Daikin Night of 5 C grade.
Oh.
yeah, women's fine.
Oh,
So we're up to the C grade 5,000 metres. And so we can expect
we're here.
some of these boys to be aiming to go for that magic sub 15. What was your best, Jason? Over the 5,000?
1350 something.
Nice. So you got that magic
I'm
sub 14
really excited
blocking.
about a couple of young guys in this race out of the Hamilton Hawks Club. The Sterling brothers, Max and Jack. They both finished, I think, 1 and 3 in the New Zealand secondary schools cross-country champs in Whangarei earlier this year, and they probably performed pretty well in Hastings a couple of weeks back at the New Zealand secondary schools. So this race is usually won in low 15s, the C grade. And who else have we got in there? Yeah, some other names to watch. Alex Kelleher, New Zealand Masters age group medalist in cross country out of the Christchurch Avon Club. Stuart Hoffmeyer, the local from the North Harbour Bays Club on the shore here. Will O'Connor from Lake City Athletic Club, along with his clubmate Matt Parsonage. And yeah, a field of depth, and I think Ben Ruth may be pacing this race as the 29th runner of 30.
And just quickly updating those results from the men's and women's Masters 100 metres. Ian Lathwood confirmed with the win with 11.61. And then over in the women's Masters 100 metres, Helen Turner got the win over Helen Fletcher in 14.63 to Helen Fletcher's 14.71. And all those wins were just bang on dead in terms of the assistance that the wind was giving it. So just a perfect crosswind, which means for these athletes, when they start, they will go straight into the teeth of this gusty, so-called gusty westerly. And that will be the main wind that they'll encounter. And that's really where you want to encounter it. If you're going to have a wind, you're probably better to get it on a bend where you're not going to have it the whole way down a straight. I'm sure there's some science you could put around the physics and angles of encountering a headwind on a bend. But compared to Newtown Park, where for some reason the northerly was always a headwind, I don't know how it happened, but I do have a theory that the southerly was almost always a tailwind as well. So you enjoyed a light southerly at Newtown Park in Wellington. But here today at the AUT Millennium Track, this is the ASICS Men's C Grade 5,000 metres at the Daikin Night of Fives. We are warming up towards the pinnacle of the evening. We've had the 100 metres, we've had the social relays, we've had the field events, the discus and the hammer throw. The women's pole vault is still going. We've wrapped up the men's pole vault. But we are getting into the thick of it. These boys lining up to see how low can they go in the 15s. Can we get someone under that 15-minute mark? And I wouldn't be surprised if the pacemakers have been given the job of hitting 72 seconds per lap, which would be 3 minutes per K. So if they come through in 36 seconds, and you've got to say, if Ben Ruth is pacing this, it should be pretty accurate. You don't run quality running for that many years without learning to become a human metronome out there on the track.
I think he was well schooled in intervals from an early age in Wellington College.
Here we go. Men's C grade presented by ASICS, and we're away. Big field. 24 athletes. Make that 30 athletes. I needed to check the second page. And straight to the front, Ben Ruth. That characteristic Ben Ruth style. I remember when he was at the start of the year in the 3,000 metre national champs, out there leading the field around the track there in Hastings. And of course, famously, his son, Sam Ruth, stormed through for the win as a 15-year-old to take that senior title. And that was just the start of what has been a magic 2025 for young Sam Ruth. But right now, his dad is in the spotlight. And we just saw there in the pole vault, good clearance. I think that was Elaine Zai. But look at this train rolling around the track. 30 men, barely a metre separating each of them as they go through 400 metres, following Ben Ruth in 70 seconds. So really perfect setup to run 3 minutes per K. And these guys just sorting themselves out, sorting out the order. Ideally, you don't want any breakage in this train. You want everyone to find their position along this train and just hold those bungee cords tight as possible. When you get a train like that, that's when you get those personal bests. So Ben Ruth leading this train around, a couple of feet clattering into the pole on the inside. So we can see the two twins, Jack Sterling and Max Sterling from Hamilton City Hawks, just keeping an eye on proceedings at the front of the race, and already a bit of disconnect with that train as they go through 800 metres in 72 seconds for that lap. So perfect pacing from Ben Ruth. And the Takapuna runner just tucked in behind him, and then it's the two 15-year-old twins out of Hamilton City Hawks just right on their shoulders. So Hamilton City Hawks, Takapuna at the front of this race at the moment.
I think it might be 2 Christchurch Avon, the mainland.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Christchurch Avon guys. We think that might be Tram O'Callaghan is one of those guys.
Yeah, and Theo Walker is
Theo
in there as
Walker.
well. So apologies. Again, I have got a Takapuna singlet confused. It's a theme for the evening. But Ben Ruth out the front leading things through 1K in, 3 minutes basically bang on, maybe a tick under, 2:59. So these guys being set up really, really well to run a 15. And for someone who never broke 15 but got reasonably close, the closest I got was a 15:06 in a road race. So was it accurate? I don't know. But how much I would have loved to get a 14 on the front of that. And I'm sure a lot of guys woke up this morning thinking, is this the day where I will run sub 15, sub 3 minute Ks for the first time? So the two twins, the two Sterling twins, just right there on the outside. And we've got Tram O'Callaghan and Theo Walker, the two Christchurch Avon boys. And then there's around about 10 or 11 athletes all right there in that lead bunch. And then it's ones and twos, and then back to that bigger group of about 15 at the back, and about 50 metres off the pace at the moment. So potentially on track for something around 16 minutes, whereas that front pack looking on target at the moment for low 15s, if not lower.
And I think that might be Nick Moore in that lead pack as well, who's broke the New Zealand Masters 50 to 55 10K road record in August this year in Cambridge.
Wow.
Running, I'm going to say, around 32 and a half minutes. So Nick's in that front bunch as well.
That's amazing. And one is his age group fastest Masters 50 runner at the New Zealand Cross Country Champs this year as well. So Nick Moore running really, really well.
Is it Nick Moore? It might not be Nick Moore. It might be his club mate, Mariano Piagentini. It is Nick? Nick's right behind him. Yeah, Nick is there.
Yeah, nice one. We've had a few results come through, so we'll round those off as we continue to keep track of this 5,000 metre race. So Zach Saunders ran 10:53, really quick in that 100 metres, but the wind swung round to give him a bit of assistance with a 3.7 metre tailwind, and they've just gone 2K. It was around 6 minutes. I think this pacing from Ben Ruth is bang on. Right, ticking off 72 seconds. So Zachary Saunders for the win, 10:53. Rylan Nume in second, 10:72. And then over in the women's race, it was Mia Diego with the win, 11:88, and the wind for her, 2.1 metres per second. Jordan Blake finishing in second for the 12:21. So that rounds off our 100 metre results. We can focus in on the C grade 5,000 metres being brilliantly paced by Ben Ruth at the front. There's the two twins, Max Sterling and Jack Sterling. And it's around about 10 or 12 in that front pack. Some of those stragglers have managed to catch back up, but some of those at the back of that pack are just starting to struggle to hang on.
Yeah, Alex Kelleher from Christchurch Avon, he's in that situation. He's just got that 2-3 metres to bridge back to Nick Moore from Owairaka and the athlete from Tauranga there. They just need to get back onto that bunch.
You got to think, when you go to the gym and you get those thin elastic bands, and then you get the thicker ones and the super thick ones that you like, what do you use this for? You use it for the imaginary image of attaching it to the person in front of you at the night of fives.
Not an AJ Hackett style one.
Yeah, not an AJ Hackett one. This
Yeah.
isn't a life-saving device. This is keep me as close to the person in front of me as possible for 12 laps, and then I'll out sprint them at the end. So you want a very tensile toughness is what we're after with your bungee cord choice today. So it is, a pack of 11 behind the pacemaking of Ben Ruth. We're coming up towards 3K. Or was that just 3K there? Trying to see the clock from this angle.
It'll be over.
Yeah, so they're just starting to slip off that 3 minutes per K now. And it looks like Ben Ruth has stepped off, is that right?
Yeah, he's no longer there.
Yeah, so he's no longer there. So it's come down to the pacemaking of the youngsters, Max Sterling and his brother Jack, who, to be honest, won't be providing much coverage from the wind. But the others are starting to help out as well. We've got the runner from Owairaka just coming up on the side there. That's Mariano Piagentini.
Yeah, he's a master. So we've got a few of the evergreen fellas in there. Nick Moore, Alex Kelleher, also moved up from Christchurch Haven.
5,000 metres, big lead pack of about 10 athletes, including Ryan Williams, James Matthews, Denny Anderson, and more. They're going to need to pick up the pace over this last
Yeah, they are going to need to shunt.
And you can see how that front group have really condensed as they've lost their pacemaking from Ben Ruth, and it becomes I don't want to do the work because you might out sprint me at the end.
Becoming pretty tactical now.
Yeah, so if these guys do want to target a sub 15, now is when it needs to happen. They'll need to start pulling back a couple of seconds. And just as I say, that little surge from one of the Sterling brothers, you can see him on the front there wearing the Hamilton Hawks, that light blue. What do we call that? It's almost like a fluoro blue, aqua blue with the yellow Hamilton Hawks. And this is looking further back in the field. So getting a little bit strung out now that we're past that 3K, coming up towards 1 mile to go, and certainly a bit of bunching at the front as we see Alex Kelleher out of Christchurch Haven come around towards the front alongside Mariano Piagentini. All these athletes coming in with 4 laps to go. It's sort of a mental barrier 1 mile to go, but the other way of thinking of it is, oh my gosh, I'm as tired as I possibly can be, and I've still got 4 laps to go. So you can look at it both ways.
It's turning into a real match race, though, so these guys can really work off each other.
And is this where we start to talk about who's got the kick out of this field and who's been just sitting back at the back of that field? Like, I'm looking at that orange singlet of the Night Ninjas runner. There's another Owairaka runner at the back of that little pack. Are they playing the tactical game while the others at the front are having to do that work? Christchurch Avon, Hamilton Hawks.
Definitely the youngest legs in that front pack. The Sterling brothers, they're both junior boys age, New Zealand secondary schools. So probably about 15 years of age, both of them.
Ryan Williams, the local North Harbour boy, he's right in the middle of that pack. So that pack of 11 runners. Oh, I like this little surge from one of the Sterling brothers, just putting in a little bit of a drive as they come up towards 1K to go.
So we've got a big age difference there between years, first and second place. We've got a 16-year-old and a 41-year-old in second at the moment. Alex Kelleher, he's just battling to stay back on there, but they're getting a little break there.
1K at 12:28, 1K to go at 12:28. So the sub 15 is off the cards, unfortunately, unless they absolutely nail this last K. And Alex Kelleher has just come round one of the Sterling boys. after that good surge from him, has definitely spread that pack apart. And it is Max Sterling who's just coming back onto the shoulder now of Alex Kelleher. So these two with an 8-metre gap on the rest of the field. Local boy Ryan Williams starting to close that gap.
Alex had a wee look there just to see where that second group was. Pain etched it on his face. The young Tyro from Hamel City Hawks, he'll be getting ready to pounce.
Absolutely. And we're coming up to, is it 600 metres to go from here? It is, isn't it? So 600 metres, and that little gap is definitely stretching. I said it was 8 metres 200 metres ago. It's probably more like 15 metres now. So these two are very much pressing to the finish. Alex Kelleher, 41 years of age, up against the 15 years of age Max Sterling. Oh boy, this is going to be a great finish. So Max Sterling got third in the 3,000 metres at the junior New Zealand secondary schools. So we know that he can close well. They get the bell. Max's brother Jack is at the front of that pack. Then it's Ryan Williams going through with 400 metres to go.
The Jets are on. There he goes from the 300-metre mark.
Max Sterling, the 1,500 metre, the 15-year-old is starting to put the speed on with 250 metres to go. Alex Kelleher can't respond. The 41-year-old watching the youngster disappear up the road.
He's doing well, Alex. Hang in there, Alex.
So here he comes, Max Sterling. Got third place in the 3,000 metres down in Tauranga at the New Zealand Secondary Schools 3,000 metre champs. And here he comes up towards the finish. Max Sterling, he put in a surge with about 1K to go, and he's made it stick. Coming up to the finish here in the men's C grade. He's going to take it out at the young age of 15 years of age. And wonderful finish there from Alex Kelleher in second. And the younger brother, well, they're the same age, aren't they? Jack Sterling will finish in third. Great day for the Sterling brothers. And finishing in fourth place, wearing number 5 on the hip, Ryan Williams, the local boy.
Wow. Unofficially 15:44 for Nick Moore.
More action to come, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Daikin Night of Fives. I've got to give a shout out to our sponsors, AU10 Millennium, LSKD, the CEO Institute, Shoe Science, Winkay, Apex Surveying, Kinetics Physiotherapy.
It's so impressive to see these guys running this fast into their 40s.
Oh, I think I've just seen Helting Ma with his Captain Stubing hat on.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, I love it. Walking around, congratulating his teammates. And once again, some bodies on the floor. What we can't see just off camera is there's probably about 13 guys still lying on the floor trying to suck in this oxygen and this Auckland air. It's the night of PBs here at the Night of Fives. Everyone gunning for their fastest ever 5K. And doing a great job. Max Sterling, that was impressive. Really, really intelligent racing. Just to see him with 1K to go, realizing, okay, there's 11 guys behind me. I don't know the kick that these guys have got, so maybe I should go now. And
maturity beyond their years.
Yeah.
May have been their first competitive 5,000 metre races as well.
Absolutely. So, brilliant running. And we've got more of those, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 4 more 5,000 metres to come. And next up, we'll actually be going to the LSKD mixed 5,000 metre run club. So this is really a great chance for a lot of our local social sort of semi-competitive runners to come out tonight and have another crack at a 5,000 metres. LSKD, one of the great sponsors behind tonight's event, the 15th running of the Daikin Night of Fives. So they're all grouping over the far side of the track.
The distance stocks of New Zealand are in good shape.
Really
looking
good
at the depth of some of these fields.
And I can tell you, the running booms when the economy struggles. For some reason, it kind of makes sense, because what do you do when you can't afford to go out and have a night on the town? Well, you get up early and you do a Sunday long run with your mates. So running has definitely been on a boom time over the last few years, and really cool to see. And things like high rocks, like ultra running, like trail running, just these new innovations that come to the sport. I remember when triathlon sort of started to boom in the 90s, there was a boom in running. And then we had the sort of the second round of the marathon boom in the 2000s, early 2010s. And since then, trail running, ultra running has really kicked in. And now High Rocks is the latest addition, and it's brought, can tell you, working in the fitness industry, it's brought a lot of people from the gym world, from the CrossFit world, into the running world. So that's something that, people watching who may be running a running club may not be aware, but running is booming in the gym world as well. So look for those opportunities in your club to bring in those athletes.
What's the weapon of choice? What's the tool of choice? Is it a carbon-plated running shoe that'll set you back $450 to $500 these days? I mean,
for High Rocks.
For High Rocks, just all of these.
Oh yeah.
These events, it's you need them.
You do? Yeah, and I wonder if looking at the shoes out there today, mostly as trainers, but no doubt in the elite races they will be clamping down on making sure the official track spikes. But yes, I can see a lot of carbon-plated trainers out there, road shoes.
We have to check them in all our national championships for road events. At the mile in Nelson a couple of weeks ago, we were checking stack heights on shoes before the start to make sure they complied with the World Athletics criterion.
Now, we don't have a start list for this one, so we will be running a little bit blind. And maybe this race will also give a bit of opportunity for us to check in on how the pole vault has been tracking. Looks like the bar's up around the mid-threes. And I think that was Hannah 80 just cruising over the bar. And Elaine Zai lining up behind her. And the noise level has just gone up a notch from the crowd.
Feels like Eden Park.
It does.
There's a
and the cool element that
going on
the cool element that you get at the Night of Fives is once people finish their race, then they go to the food trucks, they go and get some refreshments, they go and get some chips, and then they start cheering on their mates in the next few races. So the volume goes up as the anxiety starts to just lessen for those athletes that have finished their run and now are here to cheer on the others. So great scenes here as we get very spread out very early on.
We've got a solid pace at the front, though. That was 2:38 through the 800. So, yeah. Around 16.
Not hanging around. Yeah.
5K pace.
Not hanging around.
Yeah.
So, number 4, they go through 1K and 3:23. Yeah, so it's well under 17:30. Maybe a 17:05 kind of pace. There is Elaine Zai having a look at it. Doesn't quite have the connection with the pole. to get up and over that one as we click back. These are the 3 race leaders, and this is the LSKD Run Club 5,000 metres. So no doubt these runners know each other pretty well from running together. And here they are taking on the 5,000 metres at the AUT Millennium. And for a lot of these runners, maybe the first time they've ever run on a track, which is a really cool experience to do it for the first time. And the beauty of doing a track race is, you know, this is exactly 5,000 metres. In fact, you probably run slightly further than 5,000 metres running around the bends and passing people and all that. But as opposed to a road race where you're never totally sure unless it's an officially measured course. So it's a great chance to really test yourself against the objective measure of a perfectly measured running track. And really cool to see people all around the ground here today. Everyone's parked up a spot, maybe in a sunny spot, catching the last rays of warm sunshine. As we see a great shot, the setting sun here at the AUT Millennium on the North Shore. And all these athletes doing a wonderful job. We're 5 minutes into this race. Remember, those leaders were on pace for about 17:10. So coming up towards 1/3 of the way through.
Haven't seen this guy since we were watching a 100k race around 2k circles.
I love this, it's screen printed.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
Maybe it's a few years ago. Oh, it'll be more than just a few of us in the park. So good. Ooh, I'll be there then, and I'm not just media. It changes, yeah. So I'm hoping to race that World Team Champs.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
great, finally.
Yeah. It's the loop track, yeah. I'm not complaining about it. I don't know, I can meet you guys. I cannot talk for like 4 hours straight.
7 hours straight. Well, kia ora koutou, ladies and gentlemen. It's fantastic to have you with us of the coverage of the 15th running of the Daikin Night of Fives here at the AUT Millennium. As we do every year before Christmas, New Zealand converges. The distance running community, the athletics community converges on AUT Millennium to run 12 and a half laps around the track. And right now we have the LSKD community club run 5,000 metres. It's still running really quick. We're looking at getting our first runners over in around about 17:30. They'll come up to the 3K mark very shortly. But great to see a lot of runners who may not be part of the competitive athletics scene have a really good go at running their fastest 5,000 metres, and they're still very, very quick. Great to see this. So my name's Hayden Sherman. I'm joined in the commentary booth by Jason Cameron, who's currently found some cherries to stuff his mouth with this time. I'm fine with the cherries, thanks. Thanks for offering. But it is great to really kick off, as we've talked about. This marks almost the opening salvo of the adult summer track and field summer. We've had the high schoolers open up at the New Zealand secondary schools, which was a wonderful competition down in Tauranga. Saw some incredible performances. And now it's time for the senior runners to join them. And we've also seen some great performances today from our Masters runners. And just off screen there, and just on screen, we've got the pole vault, the women's pole vault. So from what I can tell, the bar is at 360. And I want to say this is Elaine Zai going up. That was a good attempt. I may have that name wrong. But next up on the pole vault will be Hannah 80. She looked really good over 340. Olivia McTaggart, our top performing Kiwi from this year, finishing 8th in the world at the World Champs. She is still to open up. I imagine she'll open up somewhere in the 424 metres perhaps. But this is very much off-season, early days for Olivia, whereas for our Kiwi girls, Kiwi-based girls, this is starting to work up towards what will be a peak at the New Zealand Champs. So Hannah 80 eyeing up what I believe is 360, 3 metres 60 in the pole vault. And here she goes, Hannah 80. No, I don't know what happened there.
Did it blow off? Gust of wind got it, I think.
Yeah, it looked like the wind just caught it on her approach. So I don't know what the protocol is for this, whether she gets another attempt at that, or whether because she crossed the threshold, that counts as an attempt. You would have to look deep in the rule book for that one. But weird that it blew off, because it's not, I mean, it's forecast as gusty, but our papers are sitting on we're in a half-covered marquee, but the papers are sitting on the desk and not moving anywhere fast, so who knows? Anyway, back to the action of this LSKD. How far in are we now?
We are 13
So we must be coming up 1K to go for our leaders. And I hope our lap counters are doing a great job of keeping track of this. They're definitely earning their keep right now.
I think this is a new initiative, this event at
Yeah, really
Night of
cool.
Fives, and it really gives you a bit of an insight into the representation of the running scene in New Zealand. Look at all of these people out there doing it, getting out around a track, which can be intimidating, but such a relaxed vibe here, supportive. People are banging on the railings like a football match, and we've got, people from all walks of life here having a go at a 5K.
If it was like a football match, what would the running chants be like?
Oh, you put me on the spot. It's is it Hadley or I don't know, some barracking for your person. Chairman,
Yeah,
bang bang bang, chairman.
yeah, the old Milo
Yeah.
tune.
Yeah.
That's like your classic Kiwi chant, isn't it? But yeah, the English football fans especially almost have PhDs.
Nothing too cutting.
In football charts. Yeah, so we're getting pretty close towards the end of this LSKD Run Club 5000.
And we can see lots of the sponsors' product on the athletes as they run around. It's kind of like a gym brand which has exploded onto the run market, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, one of the really cool brands that are embracing that combo of running and the gym world. And I can tell you the LSKD crew have arrived here in force up on the embankment behind us.
There, mate.
Absolutely giving them all the support in
Yeah.
the world.
There's
Oh,
no
there we go.
place like home. There he
First
is.
bell at 16, what is it, 16:14? This is going to be a good time. This
Now
could
that
go
guy-
sub 17:30.
That guy with the lime green top on, he was actually running in the LSKD social relay earlier on. So it's not the first race he's done tonight.
Pre-fatigued,
Yeah.
I might say.
And he was moving pretty swiftly over some of those 400-meter reps he was doing.
All right, coming up 200 metres there, you can see the race leader wearing yellow or lime green, just going through 200 metres to go now. And this will be the final 200 metres and first over the line here in the LSKD Run Club 5000.
What do you say, ladies and gentlemen? Give these fantastic.
He's going to be finishing probably in lane 3 or 4.
Yeah, just going to
Coming
the
down the
outside of the
outside.
track. If you're ever finishing a distance race with this many people, just remember finish wide so the timekeepers know who you are. And there we go. Brilliant run.
Maybe a sign of things to come tonight. We'll probably be seeing the Blinko Cup 1 in lane 4 or lane 5, are we, Hayden?
Yeah, absolutely. And I gotta say, these guys finishing, they're only breathing a little bit. And Jasmine Finney's just crossed the finish line as well. That's a really good time from Jasmine. That was about 17:50. So solid running there from Jasmine.
Yeah, they're all in road flats.
Another
Most of
finisher
them,
coming
yeah.
across the line here.
I believe the partner of Jasmine who won that race, he's actually won the Red Stag Rotorua half marathon as well, so he's got some pedigree.
All right. So he's not a newcomer.
He's been around the block a
Probably
few
could
times.
have been in the at least the C grade. Well, finishers coming across the line. Athletes getting the bell with 1 lap to go, and we've still got Hannah 80 having a good look at this pole vault. Here she comes. Wonder if we can just flick back to that. Here she is. Going up. Well, she had the height that time, but maybe just not the speed over the bar. Just came down on it a little early. Now, I said it's 360. It might be 380. 380? Yeah. I think consensus in the production booth here is 380. Unless they're throwing us and going up in 370, 390, that sort of thing. But yeah.
Lung-busting stuff.
Yeah, it is.
But everyone's having fun. There's a lot of smiles on faces. And happiness.
So why don't we put on our coaches' hats and talk about how do you get faster for a 5K? So what is it? Is it going out there doing some sprints? Do you go down to your local rugby park, do some lengths of the 100-meter?
I'm going to say
long runs.
I'm going to say it's not. Yeah, well, I think there's a variety of ways you can train for the 5K, but you probably do need to do some base work, running up for someone just wanting to run a 5K at the park run or come and do the LSKD race like tonight. You want to be doing, bit of longer running up to maybe an hour, some interval work, some aerobic intervals, getting used to running at the pace you want to run. So 2 or 3 minute, up to 6 minute intervals is the magic mark, isn't it, for interval lengths? And then, keeping some leg speed going, a bit of cross training, bit of biking, bit of gym work. Yeah, you don't want to be necessarily running 7 days a week.
Yep. So if I've just arrived in this world of running, and let's say I'm a 22-minute 5K runner or a 23-minute 5K runner, I've just come across from the gym world. How many days a week would you want to run?
I think it'll be dependent on the individual, but if you're working out in the gym, you're doing some stuff on the ski erg and treadmill, so you've got some running under your belt in the gym.
Yeah.
Or like CrossFit type exercises, probably 3 or 4 days a week.
Yeah. Yeah, and one of those might, like you say, might be one of those longer runs up around an hour.
I think fartlek and those sort of ladder type workouts where you're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Coming down a ladder and having half, say, example, 5 minutes on, 2.5 minutes off, 4 minutes on, 2 minutes off, that kind of stuff. Yeah, just mixing it up.
Absolutely.
Running on, appropriate surfaces. So if you've never done any running before, make sure you get a decent pair of running shoes. Don't try and run in cross trainers. Try and run off-road if you can on grass and trails.
Yeah. I find when I coach adults or I sort of analyze what people are doing in their training, people tend to be one extreme. So either they do not enough speed stuff, not enough workouts, or the other end, everything's too fast. And that's usually when they come from a competitive, like they've been doing team sports or maybe CrossFit, or they're used to smashing themselves. So running is a smash yourself activity. And then the other extreme is every run is a cruisy, easy pace jog, and there's not that intensity. So I think for most people, it's having it balanced, isn't it? So one day you're a long, slow distance runner, and then another day you're training a bit more like a middle distance runner, doing intervals or reps down at the track, or like you say, some hill work or fartlek sessions in the forest.
Yeah, and I think that 80-20 rule can apply to people getting into distance running for the first time, whereby you can probably only have a couple of days a week, 2 or 3 days a week where you're working out intensely, or that might be a longer run. So the other 80% of your week, whether it be in the gym or out running, needs to be aerobic, easy, so that you are recovering and your muscles are recovering so that you can get better and improve.
And it's a pretty hard and fast rule, because if you break it down, say you do 40k per week, 80% is 32k, and then how do you make up that 8k? So let's say you do a park run at the weekend, so that's 5 of it, and then to make up that other 3, maybe you do 3 times 1k or
some
8 times 400s.
Yeah.
And that's actually a lot of work in
Yep.
that 1 week. You're going to be you're going to be fatigued at the end of that week just from the workout. So, yeah, 20% is
the gym guys love 400s, don't they? The 400
400
meter reps. And
Yeah. I would say what I've seen is a
gym
lot of
guys
people,
and girls, should I say?
a lot of people will do their sort of this niggly middle ground where it's either too slow, and so they're not using that, especially when they come across from a gym world, they're not using that speed and power that they've got, or it's not aerobic enough, so it's too much in the middle. So I often encourage people to do like 100s and 200s when they come from a gym world, and then do more aerobic intervals, like you said, like it might be 4 times 5 minutes where it's just 1 gear above easy.
Short recoveries.
Yeah, 2-minute recoveries, and and having that polarization as we see. Was that Hannah? Yeah, it is Hannah 80 going for 4 meters. So we've missed a trick or two, because she's obviously cleared 380, unless she's just asked for the bar to be moved up to 4 for her final couple of attempts. But Hannah attempting just 10 centimeters off her lifetime best, and looking to see if Olivia McTaggart has her tracksuit off yet. I can confirm there's a silver fern towel and a very large thick hoodie still on, so she's keeping warm. The sun has now left the warm-up area of the pole vault, so tricky for Olivia to stay warm. This is always the challenge when you're head and shoulders above the rest of the field in a vertical jumps event. You've actually got to warm up and then sit around for when did she last do a practice jump? That was about 70 minutes ago, and she's just had to sit there cheering on her friends, do the odd little drill.
She just loves to compete, Livy, though, doesn't she? She wants to back here for the New Zealand summer and getting into the rhythm of jumping straight away, vaulting.
Yeah, really great to have her back. And what's she going to do tonight? We'll try and keep up with the play of what's happening. Next race out on the track, we're going to swap over to it's the 4x200 meter relays. So this is going to be fun. So we've got mixed 4x200s, and I'll bring up the start list. So, because these are actually some quality runners. I've seen some runners milling about, and like, what's that fast runner doing here? And this is what they're doing here. They're entering this mixed 4x200. So in lane 3 will be the North Harbour Bays men's team. And then in lane 4 is New Zealand A. So this includes Lex Revel-Lewis, Noah King, Zachary Saunders, Hiato Yonito. That is a quality team. And then to keep them company in New Zealand B, Caden Taylor, Joe Dolphin, Rylan Nume, and Kahurangi Kotaro. They are both going to be so speedy. This is going to be fun. And then Auckland Masters Athletics, Mark Lambert, Wayne Holroyd, Ian Lathwood, and Gulab Singh. So I think Auckland Masters and North Harbour Bays are going to have a good little battle with each other, but I'm excited to see New Zealand A versus New Zealand B.
Is there a camp going on in Auckland?
Must be a little relays camp or something. This is fun. So
some real quality runners there.
Lex Revel-Lewis took out that 400-metre New Zealand record that we've been waiting so long for that 400-metre record to be broken. He got so close so many times. Finally,
It'll come out
this
It'll
year.
Be posted up top.
Yeah, so 45.88 is the new New Zealand 400-metre record. Lex Revel-Lewis did it the 30th of March 2025, and after getting so close so many times, he got within, what was it, 0.01 twice, I want to say, but finally broken it, and yeah, so exciting to see the record books rewritten. And of course we've got some of the top 200-metre runners in the country lining up right here. So 4x200, it'll work out as 800 metres, of course.
A New Zealand record? Probably don't have a New Zealand record for that.
So if you've just joined us, welcome to the coverage here at the Daikin Night of Fives. This is the 15th running of this annual event, and it's not all 5,000 metre races, of course. We've got 800s, we've got 100s, and this here is the 4x200. This is the men's race. We've got the women's race to come, and we've also got the women's pole vault just going on this side of the track right next to the start area. Hannah 80 with 4 metres on the bar is having another look at this new height. She's the second to last competitor left in this competition, with Olivia McTaggart yet to open up. All right, on the runway now. Goes up, has a little look at it, and does well to survive that. I'm always amazed how comfortable these vaulters are in the air when they're 4 metres up in the air, and I'm like, uh-oh, and it's like, oh, you actually pulled that off really well. So Hannah survives, and she'll have one more attempt at that height, and we just await the starter's orders for this men's 4x200 metre relay. Now I'm really intrigued how they'll do the lanes. I imagine they're using the 4x400 start, and then they'll merge after on the third leg. Does that make sense to you? It looks like they are. So that means they'll stay in lanes
For the first two legs.
2.5 legs.
Two and a half legs.
And they're away here in the men's 4x200 here at the Daikin Night of Fives. Very quick start there from Lex Revel-Lewis. Look at him go. The 400-metre New Zealand record holder right up onto the toes. Caden Taylor doing his best to go with him, as is Mark Lambert. But New Zealand A have the baton over and changed onto the hands of Noah King. Noah King's out. Joe Dolphin's off as well into the second leg.
I think we might have Lex running next, actually. Is that Lex on the line now?
Oh, yeah, maybe I've got the order mixed up. Yeah, so it's Hayato Yonito handing over to Lex Rebel Lewis now, waiting for the changeover. I think he might have overrun that slightly. Hayato was just tying up at the end. So apologies, I got those names mixed up right at the start. But here comes, look at Lex Rebel Lewis move now. Wowee. And handing it off. Who's that to close?
Zach Saunders.
So coming into the finish, it looks like they're still in their lanes, so I was wrong about that. But here they come to the finish, absolutely storming down to the finish. Wow, Zach Saunders takes it. Oh, amazing. And Kahurangi Kotaro just next to him. And the Masters team coming into the finish. Mark Lambert. Oh, wow. That was great. Made extra exciting by me totally murdering all the names to start with. I should have really double checked who was actually on the start line before they started running. But yeah, our start sheets were definitely not correct. So in this women's relay, we've got the North Harbour Bays team. So the team of Kenzie Bowden, Romy Jewell, Sadie Bishop, and Lace Patuki. And then the New Zealand A team, we've got Brooke Summerfield, Jordan Blake, Isabel Neal, Annalise Culmer. And New Zealand B, Maddie Early will open up for them, Kendra Skelly, Mia Diega, and Maya Masters. That's the order we've been given. I won't trust that piece of paper at all, and I'll go by who's actually on the start line. So 3 teams in this women's 4x200. And so just getting some more results coming through. Just trying to bring up those men's C grade races as they take a long time to load. So hold fire on that. But if you've just joined us, welcome to the coverage here of the Daikin Night of Fives. This is not a 5,000 metre race coming up. This is a 4x200. It's the women's 4x200. And so they'll complete 800 metres as a team, get the baton round as fast as they can around the 2 laps. And they are, as far as we know, staying in their lanes the whole way. And just a heads up on where we're going to after this. So from 8:09, we switch over to the 800 metres, and we have 4 men's races, 2 women's races in the 800 metres, and then from 8:40, from 20 to 9 onwards, we switch to focus purely on the 5,000 metres to round out the night. And where conditions are pretty good, temperatures are cooling off a little, perfect for distance running. Maybe not so great for a fast 200, but perfect conditions for distance running with this wind just tapering off a little. As we see some of New Zealand's speediest women get ready to roll in this 4x200 metres. So 2 New Zealand A and B teams. Not sure if one is clearly better than the other, but when you've got the likes of Brooke Summerfield, Isabel Neal in that A team, you've got to say they're probably a nudge ahead of the B team. So we have had confirmation from our producer. They do stay in their lanes the whole race around. So getting into their blocks now for the women's 4x200 metres here at the Daikin Night of Fives. And they're away. Really quick start on the outside from the New Zealand B team. But look at this from Jordan Blake. She's running really strong as well on the inside of her. So I think it's Maddie Early on the outside. Yet to be confirmed. I've been mixing up the lane draws from what we have in front of us. But let's check this first changeover. It's a good one for New Zealand A and B, nice and clean going round. North Harbour Bays are on the inside, just running past your camera now. So coming into the second leg of 200 metres. Each of the runners, of course, running a bend and then a straight. Isabel Neal and Mia Diego ready to get the baton now. New Zealand B slightly in front. Isabel Neal has a little bit of a handicap to make up on Mia Diego, the fast youngster. So it's Isabel Neal, the senior runner, up against the high school runner, Mia Diego. Isabel Neal maybe making up a metre or two, but it's holding pretty even. This is going to come down to a blazing fast last 200 as we hand off to the final runners. And there goes your North Harbour Bays runner. Oh, Annalise Karma, huge close from her. It's going to be very close on the line. And the New Zealand B team take it out ahead of the New Zealand A team. Annalise Karma couldn't pull in the fast-flying New Zealand B team. And we just heard 1:36 was the finishing time. So, of course, that is faster than the men's 800 meter world record. Very, very quick. Absolutely flying. So do the maths. Divide that by 4 to get your 200 meter splits. But great to see these unique events that you typically don't see on an athletics track. Jason Cameron has just arrived with supplies food to get us through. Thank you, Jason. Legend. So just confirmation of the men's 4x200, the winning team, which included Lex Revel-Lewis and Hiato Yanito, Zachary Saunders, and one other runner. I can't remember who the other one was, but 125.77 was the winning time. The B team 126.15. So around about 21.5 seconds per runner. That would, if you do the maths. And here we go. First vault of the day from Olivia McTaggart. Bar looks to be at about 420. Possibly 430. Yet to be confirmed. But here we go. Olivia McTaggart here in Auckland for the first time tonight. She was over. And there's some slippery substance on the holds of that bar, because we've seen it blow off with the smallest gust of wind. She was clean over, and then about 2 seconds later, the bar came down. So who knows what just happened then, but I'm sure she'll be right back and clear at second time of asking. And next up will be the first of our 800-metre race, which is the men's D race here at the Daikin Night of Fives.
In the first 800-metre race of the evening, the field for tonight: William Mulder, Auckland City Triathlon; Archie Felton, North Harbour Bays Athletics; Christian Geldenhuis, Auckland City Athletics; Liam Bosch, Cambridge Athletics; Henry Hyatt, Athletics Tauranga.
And we're underway with the first of our 800 metres here tonight at the Daikin Night of Fives. This is the men's D race, and already off to a fast start. They go through 200 metres in about 28 seconds, so that's sub 2 minutes already. And in this field we've got William Mulder, Archie Felton, Christian Geldenhuis, Liam Bosch, Henry Hyatt, Samuel Smithson, Max Wilkins, John Hoffman, Lachlan Murray and Owen Reid. And leading us through is Samuel Smithson. And then it continues. Samuel Smithson just at the front there, starting to pull away and really stretch the rest of the field. He's got about 3 or 4 metres on the runner behind him, and now a bit of movement from mid-pack, looking to close that gap with 200 metres to go. The first of our 800 metres has 200 metres left to run. Continues. Samuel Smithson in the lead. Can anyone catch him? He's starting to make his journey to home, entering the home straight now. There's a runner who is closing that gap. Has he got enough room to catch him? Samuel Smithson with the lead. Here he comes. Samuel Smithson for the win. Lachlan Murray can't catch him. He takes the win and he can't believe it. Epic. Great result. Amazing celebration. Goes and embraces his coach, Craig Kirkwood. That is one of the best celebrations I've ever seen. Pre-lives is the singlet. That's awesome. And that was a bit of pre-front running, you got to say. Steve Prefontaine, the famous runner from the 1970s in the States, who famously would run from the front. What was his saying?
Go pre.
Go pre. No, something like you can.
Stop pre.
You'll have to bleed to pass me or something like that. Anyway, Olivia McTaggart's had a second miss at 4:20. It's a little nervous moment here for Olivia McTaggart. Obviously, she's waited around for about 75, 80 minutes for her turn to vault. Temperatures have dropped significantly. So she'll have 5 minutes to clear the head. And here we go, getting ready for heat number C grade of the 800. In lane 1, Vaughan Murray, Otto Church, Ronan Dickens, Pathum Ambakaipan, Lorenzo Ferguson, Leo DeMonchi, Sam Stitchbury, Matthew Bolter, Logan Hopfler, and Michael Dawson is in there. I imagine
Pacing
for some
at
pacemaking.
52 seconds for the first lap is the goal.
And we're away. The C grade 800 is off. And Michael Dawson, Athletics New Zealand content manager. Is that his official title? I never know these things. He does a lot of the content marketing
And
stuff.
media manager.
Has a little look down at his watch to make sure he's pacing himself well. Checks that first 100. Has a little look around. And checks to see how everyone's positioned as they go through 200 in about 28 seconds. So it was 56 seconds was the target. If so, he's doing his job well at the start of the race. So the C grade has just watched a brilliant piece of front running from the previous race. Let's see how the boys respond to Michael's early pacing.
.56. He's still going.
So near the front, Vaughan Murray, Ronan Dickens, Sam Stitchbury. But Michael Dawson just peels off. And just leaving that athlete out the front. Is that Vaughan Murray just going to the front now? Making a bit of a move on the back straight with 250 metres still to go. Opening up a little bit of a gap. And he's got about 7 or 8 metres now on the rest of the pack, with the North Harbour Bays athlete Lorenzo Ferguson trying to go with him. But look at this gap here. Really steaming into the home straight now. This is some brilliant running. Is it Ronan Dickens in the front? Ronan Dickens coming up to the finish now. He put the surge in with 300 metres to go. It is absolutely stuck, pulling away from this field. 156. Brilliant work. Lorenzo Ferguson in second and Matthew Bolter in third.
Top 3 finishers from the men's and women's elites. 100 metres. Can you please make your way to the prize ring area?
155 in the C grade. How much faster are we going to go tonight? And next up will be the men's B race. And again, another quality field. Great to see so many of the high school runners coming back after New Zealand secondaries. It's often 9 to 5s for, especially for our 800 metre runners. It's often a bit of a rematch for the 800 metre boys and girls to maybe rectify what might have gone wrong at New Zealand secondaries, or maybe just reinforce what went right. So here we have a field of Timothy Walsh, Ryan Danby, George Varney, Quinn Moss, Caleb Littolf, Christian Cumming, Ben Bidwar, Nicholas Alvarez Just lost the last part of Nicholas Alvarez's last name. I'll come back to that. Felix Field, Blake Wood.
Couple of seniors in there. George Varney, he was in the New Zealand Road Mile Champs a couple of weeks ago, and Ben Bidouar, lane 7.
So, of course, it's Nicholas Alvarez Rayverig. So these guys are off in the B grade 800 metres here at the Daikin Night of Fives, as they are absolutely tearing down this track here at the AUT Millennium. The sun has set and our pacemaker is looking left and right, wondering where the pack is. They are about 10 metres behind him, trying to get themselves organised as they come out of the stagger in about 26 seconds through the 200 metres. And that might be why they were not anywhere near him, because that is absolutely flying. That would be 52 seconds, so 144 would be your end pace. So a lot of those athletes struggling to go with it, as we see a clap starting up for Olivia McTaggart to get ready for 420. Can she clear that? We'll try and keep tabs on both at the same time. Ben Bidouar collects the bell. George Varney just in behind. So we can see Olivia McTaggart, and we'll stay on Olivia for this jump. See if she can clear this opening height. She can't. Oh, so an awkward night for her after clearing it on her first attempt, but it just came down after wobbling a little bit. But Ben Bidouar with 200 metres to go.
George Varney had a wee look there. He's in second, but he might be tying up.
Yeah, they're all clumping up behind Ben Bidouar, about 10 metres back off the pace. But Ben Bidouar, he's got his arms pumping. He's full of speed here tonight at the Night of Fives in the B grade. A little bit of action behind him, but I think it's too little too late for the rest of the pack. Ben Bidouar, he's going to absolutely crush it out there. Brilliant run from him, 153 high. And coming through for second place, Quinn Moss it was, the 17-year-old. Great resurgence from him over that last 200 metres. A lot of drama unfolding on that top bend. Quinn Moss doing well to come through next best out of the rest in what was an exciting race. Good to see Ben Bidouar looking full of running.
Yeah, multi-distance runner, Ben. He's a steeplechaser. 5K, miler. That might be close to a PB for him.
Yeah, we call it the night of PBs for the 5,000 metres, but of course many Kiwis owe their best 800 metre times to the Night of Fives. I know we were just talking about Michael Dawson. I think he set his best 149 here, going under that magic 150 mark.
I remember James Harding running very quick here as an under 20, maybe around 148.
Yep. And speaking of fast 800 metre runs, of course we had Sam Ruth post that amazing 146 solo to win the New Zealand Secondary School Senior 800 title, which puts him, I think, 12th overall. Yeah, after a big weekend, which included a solo 338. So we can't wait to see him.
Have you seen the Insta box jumping in the gym with Sam Ruth? He's definitely got some...
He's got some springs.
Pop.
Yeah, got some pop.
Yeah.
Wow. So after that men's 800, we now turn our attention to the women's B grade 800. And in this field from lane 1, we have Millie Gatey, Lucy Bell, Eva Houghton, Daisy Ruth, the sister, of course, of Sam Ruth, Greta Hunter, Charlotte Brown, Kate Robinson, Gabrielle Wright, the T54 athlete, will be going in lane 8, and Tessa Hunt, who I believe will be doing some pacemaking duties by the look of the start list. So a good youthful field. Ages spread from 14 to 21 in this. So again, many of these athletes backing up after their performances at New Zealand secondary schools.
And Daisy is the national junior girls 1500 metre champion.
Yes. All right, we're away in the first of our women's 800 metres. And what sort of tactics are we going to see? Conditions are pretty good for front running. We've already seen 2 races won by running at the front, being not afraid to go out and stick with the pacer and really go for it from about 300 out.
31 through the 200.
Yeah, so pace is certainly on. Looks like some great pacemaking out front. Good train forming up behind them. Little disconnect with those 3 just slipping off the back. I can tell you Gabrielle Wright has gone through at about 250 metres. There she is. So some great pacemaking there from Tessa Hunt. Daisy Ruth right on her shoulder. So Eva Houghton's there, Daisy Ruth, Greta Hunter, Kate Robinson. That's your leading 4 as the pacemaker just peels off. And Daisy Ruth to the front now. So it's those 3. They've just dropped the 4th runner off that lead group of 3 runners. Everyone's staying on the heels of Daisy Ruth as they come up towards 200 metres to go. Going through 200 and 138. What can these women do over the final bend and straight to go? Continues Daisy Ruth going from a long way out. Much like the last 2 races, the winner did their move, went to the front with 300, 400 metres to go. Now it's starting to clump up behind Daisy Ruth, just coming wide. Daisy Ruth still has the lead, 50 metres to run now. Here she comes. Can she hold on? Really pumping the arms. She's driving for the finish. Daisy Ruth is going to take it in the women's B grade in second place. Eva Houghton, Greta Hunter takes third.
Fantastic run, Daisy, around about 2:13.
I'm really loving the no fair approach that these athletes are taking with these 800s to go in behind the pacemaker, back themselves, and run that really tricky part of an 800, which is that back straight hard and run it solo at the front.
I thought you were going to say the Ruth way, because, she has the same belief and temperament as her brother, just lays it out there and go after it. It's exciting to see.
It's really exciting, yeah.
And is that going to be the approach for Sam tonight in the Blinko Cup?
I've heard there's definitely, he's not going to die wondering.
Did you see his interview on Sky Sport?
I did not, no.
Halberg Award nominations announced yesterday.
How cool was that? So many athletics, athletes and coaches being nominated. So cool.
And I think the question was, how do you feel about running, with men, when you're a 16-year-old boy?
Yes.
And his response was, well, that's where I want to be. That's where I want to measure myself against. I'm moving through the kids' ranks.
Yep.
I'm with the men now.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is crazy for a 16-year-old to consider, but yeah, it's so cool. And what I love about Sam Ruth, and we'll get more to it when he's actually racing, but is that he's still low mileage. There's a lot left in the tank. But this is the men's A, sponsored by Wind Cave. This is a big old 800 metres. We've got 12 athletes lining up. One of them's the pacemaker, and that pacemaker is Tommy Tapuni. So he is certainly going to set a lightning fast pace. But reading from lane 1 on out, we've got Robert Fitzpatrick, Connell McLean, Luca Evatt, Oliver Dunshee, Theo Quacks, Joe Martin, Costa Mills, Luke Hitchcock, Ethan Smollett, Alexander Macbeth, Fletcher Van Hoven. So such a stacked field. We've got this year's national champion, Ethan Smollett. We've got Theo Quack, sub 4 minute miler. And this is going to be electric. So the men's A, 800 metres here at the Daikin Night of Fives, 2025. The sun has set, but the track is just heating up. Tommy Tapuni goes straight to the front, setting a target for these boys to chase down. Has a little look at the watch. We'll probably need to just slow up a little. But as the stagger unfolds, these guys make their way into lane 1, onto the heels of Tommy Tapuni.
And Theo Quacks, this is his main event tonight, but also pacing the 5,000 metres, where he's going to go 3 to 4K. So it's going to be a big night for Theo.
And look out for Joe Martin, the under-20 national champion in the 800. He's right there wearing the yellow of Scottish. So he's tucked in there in second place. Then it's the University Canterbury singlet. There's Theo Quacks wearing the Pakuranga colours. So Ethan Smollett is right there in behind Theo Quacks. You've got to think Theo Quack's strength's going to come to the fore around this stage in the race.
Well, you know, Joe Martin second in that senior boys final a couple of weeks ago in Hastings, under 150. And what an amazing performance that is. But they're all stacking up behind him now.
They really are as they come into 200. Joe Martin has the lead. The crowd starts to rise to their feet and cheer them on home. There's a runner in green. I'm not sure who that is. He's just gone past Theo Quacks. But Joe Martin has the lead. It's Joe Martin in the lead. Joe Martin coming on to the bend here at the Daikin Night of Fives in the 800. This is going to be close.
It is going to be quick.
This is going to be real close. This is a big storming finish. Can Joe Martin hang on? He holds off Connell McLean right at the line. Amazing stuff. Luke Hitchcock, didn't even mention him early on, but he comes through for a well-deserved third. But Joe Martin had so much work to do to find the belief, find the stamina.
I can't wait to see the time for that. That's going to be pretty near his best.
Wow, what a race. And we talked about running fearless and trusting yourself to go with the pace and then hold on. Man, he would have heard some heavy footsteps behind him coming in, storming down that home straight. But how tough.
Gutsy.
Getting a few results coming through. So Ben Bidwar in the men's B grade, 153.34 is his confirmed time. And Daisy Ruth, 213.47 for her win. And then over in the men's C grade, Ronan Dickens, 155.92. Now we need to turn our attention to the women's 800 metres. And this time we've got 13 athletes lining up for this one. So Isabel Neal, I'm sure she is on pacemaking duty for this one. She is running on the inside somewhere, just looking for her. She's just getting a pacing bib on. Then we've got Tygan Hunter-Galvin, who featured down in the road mile down in Nelson a couple of weeks ago. Lisa Hellier, Sarah Hellier, who have great battles between them and the sisters. Holly Rule, Cameron Smart, Holly Manning, Rosa Twyford, Holly Fawcett, Hannah McManus, Annie Downing, Bronwyn Reese-Jones, and Paige Dobson lining up in this Daikin Night of Five women's 800 metres, sponsored by Apex Surveying. This is a quality field. It could almost be a national 800 metre final.
So you got Sarah Hellier in there, who won the senior girls 800 metre title a couple of weeks ago. You got Holly Manning, former New Zealand senior women's 800 metre champion with a PB of around 204. Holly Fawcett, third in the secondary schools a couple of weeks back. And her sister Lisa, second.
And it's great to see the likes of Cameron Smart, Holly Rule, who are stepping up from the 400 to the 800. Always love to see that as a distance runner. Some sprinters coming up. And as they just reset, the crowd are really, there's a sense of anticipation for this race. Isabel Neal in lane 1 gets those big long sprinters strides going, gets to the front of the field where she'll just ease up a little and aim to get the pack locked in behind her. Cameron Smart, that recognizable style, upright style of Cameron Smart, moves into second place. Holly Manning just tucked in there in fourth place, right in on the rail.
29.
So Isabel Neal taking them through in about 29 seconds at 200 metres. Cameron Smart sitting there in second place, just behind the pacemaker. And as they come through to get the bell, I believe it's Tigan Hunter Galvin just in there. Sorry, it's Hannah McManus just tucked in there on the rail as Holly Manning comes past her. So Cameron Smart in the lead. Isabel Neal doing well to carry them through to 500 metres. Great pacemaking from Isabel Neal. But here comes Holly Manning onto the shoulder of Cameron Smart. These two starting to put pressure on the athletes behind them. There's another runner in third making moves as well. Not sure who that might be.
Rosa Twyford, I think.
Rosa Twyford rolling into third place and maybe into second. Cameron Smart, good resurgence from her. Holly Manning looks like she's just tying up a bit. Rosa Twyford coming around her. Cameron Smart back in the lead as they hit the home straight here at the Daikin Night of Fives. This is the women's A, 800 metres, 100 metres to go. Cameron Smart in the lead, but look at this from Rosa Twyford. She takes the lead. She pulls away. Here she comes for the finish.
Oh, Tigan Hunter Galvin get up for second there.
Amazing work from Rosa Twyford. So much drama in that last 300 metres. Oh, my gosh. Absolutely amazing final lap after that wonderful pacemaking from Isabel Neal. We talked about being brave and running from the front, but that just chopped and changed all over the place in that last lap. Holly Manning came by on the back straight, then faded on that top bend, and then...
Stellar performance from Cameron Smart too. She really...
To have that strength, to have a more distance-orientated runner come past you, like Holly Manning, to then dig deep and respond. Impressive aerobic endurance to hang on for her. But Rosa Twyford, what a finish.
Well, she has been getting better every year and went to the World Uni Games, I think, in Europe in the middle of the year. Coached by Maria Hassan down in Christchurch. And, yeah, up into the senior ranks. And that'll be one of her biggest wins, I'd say, and domestically.
Now, we've had some incredible results come through for this men's 800 sponsored by Windcave, the A grade. Joe Martin, 148.25. Connell McLean, 148.36. That's a PB as well. Luke Hitchcock, 148.86. That's a PB as well. 3 men under 150 here. 3 men under 149. Really, really impressive running. And you got to think, the best 800 metre runners here tonight aren't actually in that race. So it really shows the depth that's building in New Zealand middle distance running right now. So great to see, especially these youngsters, high school runners running well under 150.
And Sam Ruth's obviously in the 5,000 metres tonight. James Preston, when will he be coming back? There's some great stocks in the 800.
Yeah, I almost feel like the James Preston breaking Peter Snell's famous 800 metre record has almost like it's broken the glass ceiling, and it's like, okay, we can do the 800 again.
That
There's
was an
almost that
outstanding
belief.
performance by James in Wellington. And you talked about that Wellington wind, and I think we had rain that night, and it was gusting and it was swirling, and he ran 1:44 at Newtown.
Yeah. That run was incredible, and then to go
Please
on
come
and,
back,
and break
James.
that record.
Yeah.
I hope he can come back to full fitness. Wasn't quite the James Preston this year that he was the previous year, but I really hope we get to see more of James Preston next year, because I've got a feeling he's going to have some company very soon, because there's a few kids over in the States who are running very well at the 800 as well, and we're expecting big things from them in the indoor season.
I mean, look at that. Joe Martin, low 148.25, and we just were reveling in his 149 at New Zealand schools, and he's pretty much taken a full second off that. Outstanding.
As I try to down a mouthful of food in between races, just looking at the standings for this year, Brad Mathis has actually been quietly going about his business as well, running a 147. So obviously James Preston, Sam Ruth both run 146. Brad Mathis 147. But then you've got James Harding, Thomas Cowan, James Trathan, Carson Bestie, Sam Idians, Luke Hitchcock, Alex Martin, Joe Martin, who we've just seen. They're all before this race, sub 150 guys. So add, 2 more to that list? Or add Connell McLean to that list. And we've got, that's 12 guys well under 150 this year, with a lot more to come this summer. And for those guys over in the States, the indoor season, which is traditionally very, very fast over the 800 meters. So very exciting times, and
Not far or not long to wait, because the Allenham Sylvia Potts Classic will have the traditional 800 metre races there. So
coming up 17th of January. Plan your summer holiday around this summer circuit of track and field, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to have an excuse to go to the Hawke's Bay, or an excuse to go to Wanganui, or down to Christchurch for the ITM, and of course the Sir Graham Douglas meet up here, and then Nationals. Did I miss any out on that summer circuit? There's
Sir Graham Douglas International, part of the summer series, the 8th of February.
Yep.
And then the ITM.
Then we go down
21st,
to Christchurch for the ITM.
and then back up to Trust for the national champs.
Yeah. And we've also got the traditional classics as well, Capital Classic, Porritt Classic happening in there as well. So much athletics to come over the summer. Can't wait to see more of these guys and girls going at it. This just gives you a taster. But we've got more speedy men lining up on the far side of the track for this 5,000 metres. This is the men's B, presented by ASICS. And a big old field. This is the biggest race of the night, isn't it, in terms of sheer numbers. So 31 athletes lined up. I'm not going to read through the list, but I can tell you there's some really, really quality runners, and most of these runners will be looking to get as close to 14 minutes as possible. Do we know what the pace has been given for these guys?
Haven't heard the pacing duties, but we have some quality athletes in there. So 14:30 or better, I'd say. We've got Benjamin Wall in there, who was one of our most recent sub 4 minute milers last summer too.
And we've got Jaden Mulvold there in the chair, already pulling ahead of the field. as you'd expect. Once he gets that chair up to speed, really using that momentum to keep it rolling around. As we can see, just head down, focusing on nailing that turn. So 70 seconds for that first lap. So that would put us on track for around 14:30, 14:35.
Oh, that's Cam Maunder, former secondary school boys champion, athlete, and a triathlete as well. He's the pacemaker.
And just behind Cam Maunder, we've got Reed Scampion, Jesse Kempf, and Darian Sorori locked in there. But look at this beautiful train of runners lined up. There's about half a metre separating each one. They'll be locking stride for stride with the runner in front of them so they can get in as close behind them as possible without clipping their heels. And you can see they're in lockstep with each other. It's a beautiful thing when you see runners getting into this rhythm in a distance race, just clicking off the laps. Cameron Maunder doing a great job at the front of this train. This is how we like to end every athletics year in New Zealand. It's with a train choo-chooing its way around the AUT Millennium track, banging out laps. These laps are about 70 seconds at the moment. What did we get there?
2:56.
2:56, yeah. So 70 to 71 seconds per lap. And on track for around about 14:40. And we'll try and get some splits as well for our T54 athlete, Jaden Mulvold, out the front in the chair. And if anything, I'm seeing a little bit of bungee cord stretching. You can expect a runner to just come round and close up that gap. Really important that runners stay connected. What you don't want to be is end up in no man's land, find yourself with no one to run with through those dark stages, 2.5K through to 4.5. So right now is the important time to stay connected with that runner in front of you. You can see a little bit of bunching in the middle of that field as they just sort out some of those gaps. So this is the B grade 5,000 metre men's race here at the Daikin Night of Fives. So it's sort of the next best 30 runners in New Zealand. And when you think they're all on pace for sub 15, it shows how deep distance running goes here in New Zealand. We've got about 60 guys capable of going under 15 minutes. And they've all found their way to Auckland here tonight to finish their year potentially with a big PB, potentially with a big win here. One of these 31 men will take home the prize. And this train, Cameron Maunder at the front of it, pulling them around.
Doing certainly very well here in the men's B 5,000 metres. We've got emerging elite wheelchair racer Jaden Mulvold down in front.
And it continues. Darian Sorori, Reed Scampion, and Jesse Kempf. They are your front-running three tucked in there behind the wonderful pacemaking of Cameron Maunder. We're coming up towards 2K. And that train looks like it's just sorted itself out a little bit as well. You've seen it go from a bit of clumping and a bit of gaps appearing to suddenly running a lot more step for step, stride for stride, locked in with the runner in front of you as they go through 2K. I want to say there was about 5:52.
Yep.
So Yeah, they continue to bang out kilometre after kilometre, 2:56. So great pace making here. Pace set at about 14:40.
Still got Jesse Kempf from Run Timaru in behind Cam Maunder. I think that's Darian Sorori from Whippet's Running Project in third.
Also looking Rabbit just tucked in there as well. 20 years of age. Running for Christchurch Avon these days. But look at this gap. Really started to open up as we hit the middle stages. So Cameron Maunder has pulled away and the pack has really decided, okay, I don't know if we can live with this anymore. It's time to just ease off the gas a little.
And Jesse Kempf is being very brave, but he wants a PB tonight. He did 14:52 last year in this race, and currently he's on track for a lot better than that. Come on, Jesse, get back on.
Cameron Maunder just has a little look over the shoulder, see what's happened to that train behind him. It was going good a moment ago, but in the last 600 metres, they've really, really struggled. It's Thomas Richards leading the charge of that chase pack, but definitely losing a bit of contact with each other. Those bungee cords are really stretching, and they're stretching early and stretching quite long as well. So this field has been pulled apart over this last 800 metres.
We've got Darian Sorori still sitting in fourth there from Whippet's Running Project, and right in behind him is Lorcan Rabbit from, I think he's running for Christchurch Avon, so under 20 New Zealand representative at the World Cross Country last year, or earlier this year in Serbia.
And Jaden Mulvold has just gone through 3K in around about 8:30. So around about 8:30 for Jaden Mulvold. And left out all on his own now. Jesse Kempf is the pacemaker. Cameron Maunder just steps off. Jesse Kempf goes through in about, what was that, about
8:48.
8:48. So great pacing, but it has really tested this pack behind. And Les Jesse Kempf, the 31-year-old from Run Timaru, all out on his own.
He's actually the organiser, along with Craig Motley, of the very successful Timaru 10, held each year at Levels Raceway in Timaru over 10K. So he's an event organiser, an athlete, and a coach. I think he's got a group of about 20, 30 athletes from Run Timaru that he coaches. He's looking really strong.
And Thomas Richards doing a great job as well, tracking. He's put on a bit of a surge, probably 12 metres on the rest of that train behind him. And that train, I talked about it being blown to pieces. It's almost forming up again. You can just see it coming around the bend now as they enter the home straight. And they will get the 4 laps to go signal. 4 laps, 1 mile to go now. Jesse Kempf in the lead, and then it's that smooth style of Thomas Richards just ticking off lap after lap behind him. Lorcan Rabbit doing the chasing, so it's the South Island runners at the moment, 1, 2 and 3.
Oh, there's Matt Arnold from North Harbour Bays moving up. National senior silver medalist in the steeplechase in Dunedin earlier this year.
And they go through 1K to go now.
Coming around straight. You know, I can see that I was away from you.
So Jesse Kemp in the lead. And there's Thomas Richards doing his best to hunt him down and hold off that chasing group behind him. Jesse Kemp, 800 metres to run now. Thomas Richards.
Oh, Matt Arnold moving up quite decisively into third place. And he is closing in on Thomas from Christchurch Avon.
It's always a good sign in a 5,000 metre race if you haven't mentioned their name for the first 4 kilometres. Matthew Arnold rounding into third place just when you want him to. And wouldn't the hometown crew love to see a North Harbour Bays boy put in a big surge right now? 600 metres left to run. Out the front, Jesse Kemp has the lead.
Kemp is consolidating here. There's no wobbles that we can see at this stage. And Matt Arnold is rounding in to try and get that second spot.
So Jesse Kemp in the lead. He's been in the lead for a long way. He's sort of been left out to dry out the front of the race here. He needs all the strength he can get to hold on to this lead for the last 450 metres. Can that pack behind him hunt him down? Matt Arnold is doing his best. We thought that was going to be the bell there. I think it's 2 laps to go. I'm glad we're not the lap keepers. So they go through with 12:30, 800 metres to go. Anything could happen over this last 800. Matt Arnold is hanging tough,
flying.
but Thomas Richards is hanging onto him. There, those two come right past the
Jesse
camera
had
now.
a good look there. He had a great look around the shoulder there to see where his competitors were, and he's put in another burst to try and just extend that lead.
Oh, this is going to be a great last 600 metres. Can the leader, who's been leading for so long in this race, as Jaden Mulvold comes in to get the bell. 1 lap for Jaden Mulvold now. And Jesse Kemp comes onto the home straight. Thomas Richards has been passed by Matthew Arnold. Matthew Arnold, he's in second place. It's about 30 metres up to Jesse Kemp of Run Timaru. And then it's about 10 metres back from Matthew Arnold to Thomas Richards. That's your top 3. And then you go another 30 metres back to the pack, which is being led by Benjamin Wall, another one we haven't mentioned.
Benjamin Wall, the quiet, silent assassin, sub 4 minute miler last summer.
50th Kiwi to go sub 4 minute mile.
He is going to finish well. He wanted to be in this race.
All right, 200 metres to go now, and it is Jesse Kemp. He's still got the lead, and if anything, he's extending it, so he's proving he was supposed to be in the lead behind the pacemaker. His choice was right to go and be brave and sit behind Cameron Maunder, because he rewarded for a 50-metre lead coming into the home straight now and pouring it on. To the applause of this crowd.
Here comes Benjamin Wall.
Jesse Kemp will take out the B-grade race. Matt Arnold will take second. Here comes Matt Arnold. Benjamin Wall. Big run from the Christchurch Avon boys too, but Benjamin Wall will hang on for third. They all go sub 15. There's about 7 or 8 men who go sub 15. One who just misses it. Christian Davey, I think he ran 15:01. That's got to hurt tomorrow morning. But once again, look at all these bodies falling to the floor. I can see Luke Mitchell crossing the line, Corbin Strecker.
I'd say there'll be a few PBs in that first group there, Hayden. Definitely a PB for Jesse Kemp, because he ran 14:52 last year. So that was around 14:44. 14:52 last year down to 14:44 or thereabouts. Probably a PB for Matt Arnold too.
ladies and gentlemen. Great results all around the men's grade 5,000 metres. Just revisiting those results from the men's 800 metres brought to you by
As I take a very short break to try and get some food down. The 7-hour stint on the mic is definitely has its nutritional challenges, but here we go. We're straight into the women's B grade 5,000 metres, and really stacked field again. 28 athletes lining up, and very similar to the boys' race. This is a quality field with some of the top distance runners from around the country. Many names who we see frequently and winning age groups at national cross country or featuring strongly in their local half marathons. Here they are at the Daikin Night of Fives, taking on this 12.5 laps women's B grade 5,000 metres. And one of the challenges is we almost need some stretchers to get out and pick up all the boys still lying on the track 200 metres away from them. So these men just slowly picking themselves off the floor. And we await the start of our third to last 5,000 metre race for the evening. So I make that 49.5, no, maths is wrong, 37.5 laps left of the track of the evening, something like that. 3 5Ks remaining. This women's B grade race. Again, nice mix of youth and experience. Ages ranging between 17 on up to 38. So a couple of masters runners and a couple of high school runners all in the mix today. And we're away in the women's B grade 5,000 metres here at the Daikin Night of Fives 2025 edition. And they've been brought back. Someone jumped the gun. And this is where we might do we see the green flag come out? I imagine it's just a case of resetting it. Some nervous bodies out there. It's a long time to wait when you've been thinking, waking up this morning and oh my gosh, my race isn't till 9. What do I do in the meantime? Well, they're here now. A few nerves on the start line, and we've had to do a little reset. Potentially it was just a toe over the line, but we're away second time here in the women's B grade at the Daikin Night of Fives, the 15th running of this wonderful event that just grows and grows, and more athletes from all over New Zealand target this as the night where they plan to run their 5,000 metre PB. As you can see, the flags just wafting a little in that steady westerly breeze, which may affect times a little, but temperatures are nice and cool. For summer, this is really ideal conditions, and this big field of 28 athletes roll on round. Our pacemaker out the front, Crystal Clark, doing a fantastic job early on. And these athletes finding their spot. We'll look to get another train rolling, much like the boys' race just before. And early on, a little separation. 2 groups forming. As Crystal Clark takes the group around the AUT Millennium track, and they come up towards 400 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to cheer on these athletes each and
and in about 1:21. So that's moving along pretty quick. You're looking sub 17 minutes at 1:21. And maybe that's why we're seeing a little bit of a separation. Some of those athletes early on wisely just saying, okay, that pace is not for me. Let's form up another little pace group, which could well be targeting more like 18, 19 minutes. And Crystal Clark continues just having another little look down at her watch, making sure she's on track. Just behind her, Caitlin Bassett of Whippet's Running Project, locked in. How are conditions looking out there, Jason? Do you think that wind's dying off at all?
It's still a bit of a breeze there. You can see the bunting and the Daikin flags. They're not still yet. So, but it's pleasant running conditions. It's not hot. Good temperature.
So they went through that first 400 in about 1:21. So pace was pretty hot at the start. They're coming up to 1K now, and I really love the look at this lead pack. There's a lot of women here who have come with intent to stay with this pacemaker. So they go through in 3:32. So yeah, about 17:40 pace through the first kilometre, and big pack there, and then behind them, Myra Law actually finds herself in no woman's land, stuck between the two packs. So that's an unfortunate spot to be. And you've got, what would it be, about 20 runners in that lead pack. Then you've got Myra, and then there's a pack of 6 or 7 runners at the back who look to be running more like 19-minute pace for the 5K. But so far this front pack is looking well organised, being brilliantly paced by Crystal Clark at the front. And if you've just tuned into the coverage, a reminder, the pinnacle races are still to come. The Women's Kinetics Physiotherapy Elite 5,000 metre kicks off at 9:27, and then at 9:49, don't go off to bed quite yet, because the men's race, the Blinko Cup, takes place at 9:49, the 5,000 metres. So still 2 more races to come after this. So make sure you just share this YouTube link with your friends. Let's get eyeballs on screen, because we're going to see some absolutely all-time distance running here at the AUT Millennium. And these races are really just whetting our appetite for those 2 races still to come. And that front pack, I want to say it had about 20 women in it. They've dropped about 5 off the back of it, which may be good news for Myra Law, who was running by all by herself further back. She may have some company very shortly. So that front group, you can see there just on your screen, those 5 runners losing contact with that front train. So it's just a sign that pace is really being pushed along, and that fatigue is starting to kick in. About now when your body realizes, oh, hang on, this isn't a 1K rep. This is something different that we're doing here. I might need to slow down. So we've got a good group there, all locked in behind Crystal Clark. Keeping a close eye on proceedings continues Caitlin Bassett. And that group of 5 has definitely slipped off the back there, looking like they're going to struggle to reconnect. And there's almost several groups within that lead group of 15 that are losing contact a little in 4s and 5s, just those bungee cords stretching out now. But right behind Crystal Clark, they're really grouping up now as they come into 2 kilometres in just a tick over 7 minutes. So the pace still sitting around those 3:30 per K. And that group of 15 fast becoming a group of 6, followed by 2 groups of 4 or so after them. There's that lead group, all tucked in behind Crystal Clark. Caitlin Bassett continues to lead that little group of 6 women. And there you can see those bungee cords getting longer and longer. So in that front pack, we've got Caitlin Kirk in there, Millie McFadzean, Annabelle Richardson, and we've mentioned Caitlin Bassett. They're all there with Crystal Clark. And that group, another 2 might just be struggling to stay on the back of it. So we're really whittling them down. This pace is proving too hot for many. They've gone out brave, but there's a point at which physiology takes over from psychology in a 5,000 meter race. So 4 or 5 athletes just tucked in behind Crystal Clark, who continues to do a great job pacemaking. And then you can see those groups forming up behind them as the mid stages of the race unfold. I'll try to get all 5 in this group. So we've also got Mia Stanley Hunt. It could be Maya Stanley Hunt. I never know with Mia and Maya. It's one of the great mysteries of the universe, how to pronounce each. If in doubt, just say both and cover both ends of it. But nevertheless, we have 5 athletes tucked in behind Crystal Clark. They are Caitlin Kirk, Millie McFadzean, Annabelle Richardson, and Caitlin Bassett, and Mia Stanley Hunt. And they've opened up about, would that be about 30 metres, Jason, on that chasing pack of about meters. 7 athletes behind them?
30 metres and going away.
So those behind just need to be aware that the race is starting to move up the road from them, and if they're going to act, they need to act really fast soon, because we're coming up to 3K. And loving the patience from these 5 who are just happy to sit in behind the pacemaker. And they go through 10:33, so perfectly ticking off 3-minute 31 Ks. And then behind them, we've got Lisa Krell and Olivia Gold. They're the 2 chasers sitting in 6th and 7th on the course. There you can see them coming around now. And this is the second chase group on your screen now. And you can see the hurt is starting to be felt by these runners. That K between 3 and 4K is a tough one.
Yeah, that's the dig in the trenches period, getting
Absolutely.
getting out of there, and that mental game of keeping sharp and focused on what's ahead of you, especially when the heat's coming on in that last K.
It's where those little mantras just so important to keep telling yourself to stay focused, stay in the game. And it's where the support from the crowd, you know, if you've got family or friends around the stadium here, just those little words of encouragement, you got this, stay in it, stay on them.
It's just so different to running a 5K on the road, isn't it? The
Yeah.
5K on the track, it's just a different beast.
Yeah. Every lap gets harder and harder than the one before.
Yeah.
It just grinds you. And then you need to be aware that despite how tired you are, you want to find something for that finishing kick.
You can never predict things, but at this stage, Mia Stanley Hunt for Night Ninjas, she's looking really good at the back, although I say that, and the pace is going on again from Crystal Clark, and that bungee's just being stretched, but she's back on, so she's in 6th place.
Yeah, it does look like a bit of pace has been injected by Crystal Clark, unless it's just a matter of as this metronome-like tempo continues, that fatigue just builds up. And
Are we going to see a pacemaker stay in for the duration tonight? Will this be the race?
who knows? Yeah, we may do. It's not unheard of. Do your job, then tuck back in the pack.
She's looking strong.
All right, Crystal Clark out the front. Still that group of
Yeah.
Caitlin Kirk, Millie McFadden, Annabelle Richardson, Caitlin Bassett, and Mia Stanley Hunt. They're your leading 5. If anything, maybe Annabelle Richardson just starting to struggle to keep her spot on the back of that pack. I wouldn't count out those other 2 chasing as well. Lisa Krell in there. It's still 30 or 40 metres, but anything can happen over that last K, as we've seen in previous races. You've got to stay focused, and they're starting to pass lapped athletes now as well. So there's that factor coming into it. As you're tired, you need to navigate those lapped runners.
I'm thinking Crystal Clark's going the distance here. She is running so strongly. Why would you step off the track right now? She has got these other women on a thread at the moment.
And that is 4K at 14:06. So if anything, a slight slowing up. They went through, it was 10:33 at 3K, so they've just slowed up a tad. And here, as they come past some lapped runners onto the home straight, we can see that group of 5 has just been blown to pieces a little bit. Crystal Clark is right there. Big, strong surge there from Millie McFadden to find the rail, run the shortest line around that curve. What do you tell yourself in the final K, Jason?
You get excited. Position and patience. Don't go too early, but cover the brakes, cover the moves, and boom.
Do you plan? Do you think, okay, I'm going to go at this point?
I
or
think
do you respond?
I think it depends on your assets. You know, have you got a kick, or are you relying on? Are you more of a long, winded up finisher?
Yeah.
So you're going to go a little bit earlier. There's a lot going through your mind in that last K.
Crystal Clark continues to do this fantastic pacing job. She's been hitting it 3:31K after 3:31K, and they're coming up towards getting the bell here. Right in behind her is Millie McFadden. She's sitting in, well, first place overall, but it depends what happens with Crystal Clark. There is Mia Stanley Hunt right there as well. Mia Stanley Hunt Millie McFadzean, there your two with Crystal Clark. What's going to happen over this last lap?
This is very reminiscent of a race I saw a couple of years ago. The guy I mentioned, Shos Corporal, who won the C grade race, leading from the front all the way to run 15:10 a few years back at Daikin Night of Fives. And Crystal Clark is attempting to do the same thing, but she's got some company up on the outside now.
Millie McFadzean goes round Crystal Clark with 200 metres left to run, and there goes Crystal Clark. She's stepped off, job done. She's set up a fantastic race because it's Millie McFadzean, Mia Stanley Hunt right next to each other in the last bend. Coming in, this is the B grade race. We're not even at the A race, and this is a fantastic finish as we come into the home straight. Millie McFadzean, Mia Stanley Hunt. Who's going to take it out on the home straight? Who's got the wheels? Who's got the final kick? Pulling away now, Mia Stanley Hunt for the win. Wonderful closing speed. She takes the win, 17:27. Wonderful close. Millie McFadzean takes second place, and in third, Caitlin Kirk. Fantastic finish from Caitlin to pick up that third position. Wow, that was a great surge. 200 metres to go. She had a bit of work to do on that back straight. She was probably still 5, maybe 10 metres back.
She
won by 10
ran
metres.
the perfect race. She just had that ride on the back of the train. She was just on the back of that group in 6th place, conserving energy, just gathering her thoughts, and just made the right moves and kept her energy levels high and finished it off.
Incredible run, and just 18 years of age.
Wow.
To run 17:27 with a closing kick like that. Smart running.
Yeah, the Ninjas have got some great runners.
Fitness and killer kick.
Yeah. And Night Ninjas, fantastic job done by Brad Barron and the team up on the Hibiscus coast there. It's one of the fastest growing Athletics New Zealand clubs in the Auckland Centre and in New Zealand.
As we see more runners sprinting over the finish line. Anna Wilson just coming into shot there. Running well under 19 minutes for her 5K. And just like the men before, we've got bodies all over the floor. These women really emptying the tank, just giving it everything. Wonderful to see. I talk to my junior runners that I coach and say, when you're in a race and someone comes up to you towards the middle stages of the race and you think, oh, I'm not fast enough to keep up with them, or get discouraging thoughts, you switch that round to thinking, this person is going to get the best out of me. This person is going to help me find out what I can give in this race. If you switch that psychology around, it can really help to you get the absolute most out of the whatever physiology you've got left at the end of a race. But these women putting on a show of endurance and determination here. Great stuff. We've got 2 races left, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Daikin Night of Fives. What an afternoon, what an evening it's been. And we rise now to the climax of the evening. The next race is where we go into the Women's Elite. Yeah, we're going to the Women's Elite. We're just looking for the start list now. Just confirming those times from the women's 800 metres, sponsored by Apex Surveying. Rosa Twyford taking it out 2:07.04. Tegan Hunter Galvin 2:07.52, and Cameron Smart 2:07.54. Very close running. Tegan Hunter Galvin doing well just to pit Cameron Smart at the finish. And who won the battle of the Hellier sisters, Lisa or Sarah? Well, there was only a 0.28 separating them, but Lisa took it on this occasion. Love the little battle that they have with each other. Makes for awkward car rides home, but someone's got to win.
Just always millimetres separating those sisters.
Yeah, it's so good. Like, I've got a few results from them over recent years if we click back. So at the New Zealand secondary schools, they both ran 2:08. Sarah won by, what's that, 0.25 of a second. If we click back to the under-18 national champs back in March in Dunedin, Lisa won that one, 2:08.73, and that was a whopping about 0.4 of a second ahead of her sister. So they're never more than a half of a second separating each other. They swap the lead, and maybe they're just sharing them round. Maybe they just say, it's your turn. Just don't get more than a half a second in front of me. I love it.
I know
So
their
great.
dad really well, Rodney Hellier, and he is so proud of those girls.
As he
But
should be. They're doing a fantastic job. And so this brings us to the Kinetics Physiotherapy Women's Elite 5,000 meters. We've been waiting for this one. It's called the Night of Fives for a reason, because we want to see the fastest 5,000 meter runners in the country go head to head. We've had many, many heats through the afternoon and the evening, many graded runs. We've had relays over this distance, and now we have the fastest distance runners in the country taking on each other over 12 and a half laps. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Daikin Night of Five Women's Elite 5,000 meters, brought to you by Kinetics Physiotherapy.
And I'm guessing Macy Hilton may be pacing this race back from America, where she's on scholarship, and there are a few other, shall we say, America-based Kiwis in this race, including the Brown sisters, Bella and Chloe. And who else do we have there? Ava Sutherland, who's back from the States as well. So good sprinkling of Kiwis and collegians. Tilly Hollier in there. She's a 3,000 metre national champ and heading off to the World Cross Country in a couple of weeks' time with 23 other New Zealanders to Tallahassee in Florida.
So we have a very well organised pace train running around this track, 400 metres in, and they click that one off in about 1:18. So pace is pretty good to start with. I make that around 16:15 pace. Is that what your
Yep.
calculations would
Spot
say?
on.
There we go.
You're a mathematician.
I didn't pass school C maths for nothing. Everyone under 30 is like, school C, what's that? But let's bring us back to AET Millennium, where we have the fastest distance runners in the country taking on 12 and a half laps of the track. Taking Hunter Galvin back from her 800 metres, doing the pacemaking there, wearing hip number 25. And just next to her, Macy Hilton at the front, not being afraid to run with this early pace.
Macy's better known as an 800 metre, 1500 metre runner. She's on scholarship in the States, so my bet is she is the pacemaker. But Tegan is really taking up the challenge here. As Hayden mentioned earlier, she finished second in the New Zealand 1 Mile Road Championships a couple of weeks back at the Spectacle in Nelson, and a pretty impressive 800 metres already tonight. So she's going to be racking up some Ks tonight by the looks of things.
What a workout to do an all-out 800 and then come back and pace 3, maybe 4K of a 5K. We'll see how deep she goes, but our pacemakers today have been doing a sterling job just going deep and carrying these athletes to the times that they're after and dreaming of, hoping for. So she's wearing the white just on the outside of Macy Hilton.
Scarlett Robb down on the inside on the pole, tucked in nice. Denica Clooney and Tilly Hollier also there, so that's your top 4 or 5 there.
And they went through 1K just then. Totally missed the time, but it would have been somewhere around about 3:15 based on the lap splits they're ticking off.
So I think Scarlett Robb is fresh off a 9:24 3,000 metres last weekend in Sydney, where she won that race, in Melbourne at the Zatopek meet last weekend. So she's got some great current form, and obviously the week prior to that at the New Zealand Secondary Schools, where she took out the 3,000 metres and 1,500 for senior girls.
Yeah, she's been having a really great year. There's Scarlett Robb. I remember coaching her and her sister Sophie when they were a lot younger than they are now, but they were really keen into their running at a young age. Scarlett was a good diver for a number of years, and then decided not long after COVID to focus purely on the running, and has really leant into it, and it's really paid off as she's moved into the senior ranks of her high school running days. But yeah, just looking at Scarlett Robb's record, and there's 4 junior titles across various distances, plus the New Zealand Secondary Schools titles that you mentioned there. So yeah, she's certainly clocking up some silverware.
And she's got another year to go at school too, so she's
amazing.
Finishing year 12, or just finished year 12 and heading into year 13 next year. Now, I just need to make a correction to that top 4. I think I said it was Danica Clooney. It's actually
Bryn Gordon.
Bryn Gordon, yeah. Yep. Bryn Gordon from Port Hills Athletic Club in Canterbury.
And one thing I love about this field, Jason, is looking at the ages. Most of these runners are still in their teens. And to be running this quick when you're 17, 18 years of age is really, really encouraging. And, you know, we don't have the likes of Laura Nagel, who's running the event here. We don't have the likes of those athletes who have sort of been dominating the 5,000 over recent years. So it really leaves the door open for one of these younger runners to come through and shine today. So it's really wide open, this race.
Oh, for sure. Kim May ran here a couple of years ago. I think she set the pace for Laura when she won a couple of years ago. I know Hannah Gapes really wants to run in this event at some stage. She's preparing for the World Cross Country in a few weeks' time back in New Zealand, but is in a training phase at the moment for that event. So we have some real depth.
Yeah, we really
in the
do.
women's ranks.
And I was looking through actually the rankings this year over the 5,000 metres, and yeah, when you think of
Georgia Gregic, look at that.
Yeah,
15:03.
Georgia Gregic, very close to sub 15. Penelope Salmon, 15:48. Kimberly May, 15:50. We've got 3 women under 16, and Hannah, I'm sure, would be running well under 16 as well. So out to the front now, Macy Hilton leading things out. Scarlett Robb still tucked in there, but it's certainly thinning out. They went through 2K in 6:36, so that's a slight slowing up from where we were with that first K at around 3:15, 3:16. But Macy Hilton at the front, Scarlett Robb just in behind her. Tegan Hunter-Galvin just drifting back a little bit. And maybe her pacing day is done, and that 800 metre is, as you would imagine, starting to kick in 2.5K into this 5K. So her job on pacing duties is done. Well done, Tegan. Great work coming back. And that leaves 3 runners who are starting to edge ahead of the rest of the pack. We're halfway through this race. This literally is the 2.5K mark right now. So the first half was everyone bunched together, one big group. The second half, it looks like it's really stretching out. And look at this from Macy Hilton at the front. Scarlett Robb in behind her. And then number 13, Erin Westlake. I don't know that name.
I don't know that name either. Unattached, an 18-year-old.
So we've got those 3 runners out the front. She may be a triathlete. I've just Googled Erin Westlake, trying to find. It's come up mostly with Westlake girls information. Don't need info on that. What would we done without? Uh-huh. So Erin Westlake does not go to Westlake Girls. Goes to Rangitoto. Go figure. But anyway, we're mid-stages. We're past the mid-stages here at the Daikin Night of Fives. Kinetics Physiotherapy, Women's Elite 5,000 metres. And it's been all sorts of drama over the last 2 weeks. Those bungee cords have got very stretchy indeed over these last 2 laps.
Hey, Beth Garland from Scottish is looking really good too. So she's right behind Scarlett Robb now. So she's a 30-year-old from Wellington. We're hearing some quite good noise around the ground now.
There's a good
Hayden,
crowd, and everyone's starting to feel the excitement as this race starts to get towards the pointy end. But 3, maybe 4 runners there. You can see that's you got your leading 3, and then just one runner struggling to stay in contact. That's Beth Garland, isn't it, in 4th? So
yeah.
Macy Hilton has the lead. And then it's Erin Westlake, Scarlett Robb, and then Beth Garland doing her best to chase them down.
Bryn Gordon, Tamara Reeves, Tilly Hollier.
Yeah, so that group, they're probably, 60 metres off the front pack. So 1st to 5th is about 60 metres. So you got those top 3 and about 15 metres back to Beth Garland of Wellington Scottish. But Macy Hilton doing a great job pacemaking here. I assume she's in the race and not just there to set the pace.
It was unusual to see Crystal Clark step off the track looking so good with 200 metres to go in that last race.
So Macy Hilton at the front. There's Beth Garland, and there's your leading 3. Beth Garland just out of picture, but they round onto the home straight again.
So Erin Westlake is a triathlete. Have we concluded that?
We think so.
Someone
might be able to jump in the comments
she
and confirm.
certainly can run very well.
She's doing a great job right now.
Yeah.
All right, Macy Hilton, Erin Westlake, Scarlett Robb right there. Those 3 running stride for stride. Beth Garland doing her best to try to pull them back. And then again, another 50 to 60 metres back to Bryn Gordon.
Is that Chloe Brown or Bella Brown there? I think just tucked in behind Tilly Hollier.
So some great support all the way around the track. It's really great to see. People have got their refreshments, got their meals from the food trucks, and giving these athletes all the support they can because they need it right now. They are in a deep, dark place. We're 13 and a half minutes into this.
We're coming up with 2 to go.
I believe so.
2 laps to go, ladies.
Yeah, 2 laps to go. We can't quite see the lap counter from where we are. There's Beth Garland.
Macy's doing a great job here.
Macy at the front, and look at this, a little bit of a gap back to Erin Westlake. 2-3 metres. Scarlett Robb just pressing on the back of Erin Westlake. I wonder if Scarlett's going to go round. Macy steps off, so it leaves those 2 alone. 700 metres left to run.
Bryn Gordon hammering along with her Canterbury teammate Tamara Reeves there.
So it's Erin Westlake just in front of Beth Garland as we see Hayden Wild in the back wearing the sun hat, getting ready for his race shortly to come.
Has he got the skin suit on tonight?
I love it. Spot the triathlete.
The most versatile triathlete in the world.
And Erin Westlake, Scarlett Robb, they are running shoulder to shoulder. What a last lap this one's going to be. This is exactly what we wanted. We knew this race was wide open with no clear favourite. And when it's wide open, it's almost certain we're going to get a barn burner of a race. And that's exactly what we're going to get. 400 metres left to run. Scarlett Robb, she's had an incredible 2025. Is she going to finish it off with another win? Can Beth Garland, can Erin Westlake get that win? Scarlett Robb's just sitting on the shoulder there of
She's
Erin
running
Westlake.
a lot of extra miles, a lot of extra distance, but not now. She's in front.
So the move is kicked in at 350 metres to go. Scarlett Robb, here's the crowd. It surges her into top gear now. Has she gone too early? Can Erin Westlake respond? Right now she's showing an absolute clean pair of heels, opening up 10, 12 metres every stride, pulling away. Scarlett Robb coming in with 200 metres left to run now. The time is 15:47. It's going to be a brilliant time for a high school runner, low 16s. Scarlett Robb, she's got 20 metres. She's got the win in the bag, and this is a wonderful surge from Beth Garland. I think she's going to come round and nab second place from Erin Westlake. Erin looks like she's safe for third, but it's going to be a battle for second. Here comes Scarlett Robb. The crowd roars. They stand to their feet. The youngster from Auckland. She's had a brilliant 2025. She caps it off with a win here at the Daikin Night of Fives. She's your winner tonight. 16:25. Beth Garland for second. And a gutsy run from Erin Westlake for third.
Goodness me, great running here at the Daikin Night of Fives. Let's get the music going. Let's cheer these ladies in.
That's voice losing material, Hayden Sherman. What a race. They're still coming in. Ava Sutherland back from the States just coming across the line there. Well, I have to say, Scarlett, she just loves the track, doesn't she? She runs cross country, but she just looks so at home on the track. She is in her element all the time.
Once saw the race from Zetterbeck when she came from a long, long way back to win over the last lap. We shouldn't have really had any doubts coming into that last lap to win. So yeah, she's really shown she's got endurance, but she's got a good
Yeah, she's a lot of pace. And yeah, and 2 and a bit weeks she'll be in Florida running World Cross Country for us in the under 20 women's. I mean, our under 20 national record is pretty amazing. That's is it Olivia Burden? 1550, somewhere around there. So she's not that far away, and she's a very young under. She's not even under 20. Should be an under 18, would she at the moment? Yeah, under 18. So she's got at least a couple of years to have a crack at that national record. A Lily Burden, I think it is, 1550. Olivia Burden. Yeah, Katrina Robinson. She, I think, was a Kiwi who moved to Australia, running over there. When was that set? 217. Yeah.
So just going through that list of women that will be sending over to Tallahassee and come back to that, boys are right ready to go. Yeah, and the Blinko Cup.
Wow.
The final race of the night. This is the men's 5,000 metres. Daikin Night of Fives, the 15th running here in 2025 of the Blinko Cup. 12 and a half laps, 28 men on the start list. This is going to be absolute fun. What a way to finish an amazing day of athletics here on the North Shore of Auckland.
Samuel Tanner, two-time Olympian from Cuba. Andre Lapine Day,
And I missed one. On 28, just got 23. I'll read through Theo Quacks leading Sam and then Aiden. So Sam the older in the front, Sam the younger is tucked in behind. And then it's Hayden Wild, cap on. I hope he is wearing a dry suit.
T100 last weekend, though. Oh, was it? It was very close. Yeah. And engaged this week as well, so it's a big week for Hayden.
Big month. And of course, capping it off with 9 of 5. So we've got Isaac Andre Lapine, my day, Jared
your elite field for the Kinetics Physiotherapy Blinko Cup men's 5,000 metres. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for these world-class athletes.
And my mic is on, so welcome back, Hayden. So if you've just tuned in,
Thank you,
are
Richard
watching
Potts.
the Daikin Night of Fives. It's great to have your company, and this is the men's elite 5,000 metres presented by Kinetics Physiotherapy, the men's Blinko Cup. I was halfway through reading the start list, and I don't think we need to recap that because we'll keep attention on this leading pack because we can see two groups really forming up as they go through 800 metres in around about, what, 2:10?
2:10, yep.
So 65 seconds. So this is quick. So
And Theo's already run a 151.800, so he's off the front.
yeah,
Probably was still with a bit of lactate in his legs.
but we know he's a class act, best of 13:16 for Theo Quacks, one of the fastest Kiwis over this distance. But behind them, lining up Sam Tanner, who's not particularly known for the 5,000, two-time Olympian at the 1,500. And then, of course, absolute newbie to the 5,000, Sam Ruth, just tucked in behind him.
And our national record for the under-20 5,000 metres is held by Christian Duval, which
Yep.
is 13:42. And the
13:41.
under-19 record is Richard Potts from way back in November 1989, a couple of weeks before he set that secondary school's 1,500 metre record that went a couple of weeks ago.
And these guys are absolutely moving. It's great to see. We're through 1,200 metres now. Great pacing from Theo Quacks. You really couldn't ask for anyone better than Theo Quacks to be at the front of this field. And we'll get a full rundown of who's lined up. So another name we haven't mentioned, Toby Golter, who's had a brilliant 2025. I think he's won 4 or 5 national titles this year.
Mountain running, 5K road, 10K road. And we should also mention William Little. He's in there. David Lee and Caleb Wagner is on the back. Another standout secondary school boy who's just starting to drop off, but he's still on that lead pack.
Absolutely, yeah.
And the
great
last
to have
man to
Caleb
beat
Wagner.
Sam Ruth.
Is that right?
At any level, we're at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country Champs in Whangarei this year.
Oh, of
when,
course.
when Caleb
Yes.
managed to get that win, which was amazing. And he's in there gunning for a PB over 5K tonight too.
Coming off a silver behind George Wiley at the 3,000 metres in the New Zealand Secondary Schools. So this train absolutely humming around the AUT Millennium track. Thanks for tuning in to us. You're definitely tuned into the right place because this is where all the action is happening. The Daikin Night of Fives, the fastest middle distance runners in the country, setting a pace train, trying to see how fast they can go and who can take out this, what's really becoming a prestigious prize in New Zealand distance running folklore is this Blinko Cup. Julian Oakley's won 4 of them. Sam Tanner would love to get one.
13:32 is his best. 5K,
Yeah.
which was run here some years ago now. But how good to have the Gladiator in there, eh? Can I call him the Gladiator? Hayden Wild. I mean, he's in the cage tonight, isn't he? He's going in there. I love it how Hayden, he just fronts up. It doesn't matter what he's been doing. He loves his running back in New Zealand. He's going to go and mix it with the best. Doesn't matter that he's a long-distance triathlete now. He's going to have a go.
And we'll try to bring you some splits as they come through. But this pack of 7 men steaming around the track. Hayden Wild keeping tabs on Sam Ruth. And I've been told Sam Ruth's game plan today is just hang on.
As long as
he won't die wondering. He will give it everything he can. And we know that's exactly how Hayden Wild races as well.
Yeah, getting excited for these guys at the back as well, like Toby Golter, David Lee, and William Little there as well. There's could be some big PBs on the line here. I know that Will ran his PB here a couple of years ago, 13:49 I think it was, when he got second behind Julian.
Right. What we do know is we will have a new champion here of the Blinko Cup, almost guaranteed. So, Theo Quack still there, Sam Tanner, Sam Ruth.
Toby Golter.
Yeah, Toby Golter. Then it is, or you can just see
Little.
Hayden Wild. So that's been the mix-up. So you can see the white cap of Hayden Wild just drifting off that group. So it looks like the bungee cord snapped there for Hayden. So we're left with the lead 4 behind Theo Quacks now. I don't know if Hayden will be able to come back from that gap. It's a sign that the year that Hayden Wild's had, coming back from that horrific bike crash to take out the T100 title and do what he's done in 2025, I think winning this might be just a bridge too far, but who knows? We'll see. All right, here goes Theo Quacks just pulling to the side now. They're coming up to 3K. The plan was to get them through in about 8:05. They're going to go through in around about 8:11, so slightly off pace, but that's okay.
Sam looking pretty confident out front. And Toby fresh off his 28:54 at Zatopek last weekend in Melbourne. And Will Little, who I'm told is in excellent shape, getting ready for the World Cross in a couple of weeks.
So Sam and Sam, followed by Toby Golter. They're your lead 3. And behind them, what we can't see are these wonderful pace trains going. There's some real determination around the track from these runners who are either going for a sub 14 or a sub 14:30, trying to set a new personal best. These 4, however, they want something in the mid-13s, maybe even lower than that. Sam Tanner at the front. He's got a lot of work to do from here. William Little just at the back. Hayden Wild now has about 30 metres, and then it's, 80 metres back to the next group?
Got Ronan Lee and George Wiley. George looking for a PB. He's off to World Cross, won the Senior Boys 3,000 metres a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, this is brilliantly set up here at the front of the race. Four runners perfectly in sync. Dialed into the runner in front of them, just focused on staying in contact. William Little needs to keep close to Toby Golter. We saw Toby last year really trading blows, trying to push himself to the finish over the closing stages. He's right there. William Little now starting to struggle. Sam Ruth is right there. Sam Tanner setting the pace.
Hayden still looking pretty fluent there, back in 5th place.
Yeah, he definitely hasn't popped. He's just made a conscious decision. I need to slow down a little.
He looks like he's picking it up too.
William Little has just let that bungee cord stretch a little too much, and we've got 3 guys out the front now as they go through 1K in 11:03. Sorry, I was going to say 14 for a second. 11:03 with 1K to go.
So what does Toby Golter do here?
Oh boy.
Does he have a crack?
Yeah,
Does he have a go?
I mean, he's got the 2 speedsters in the country right in front of him. If there's a time to go and go for the win, the time is now. Or you just sit in and accept the time that comes with it.
13:48 is Toby's PB, so...
Just think how amazing this is. Sam Ruth staying with this pace. Sam Tanner leading these 2 boys. They've got 2 laps to go. William Little has about 30 metres now. It's about 80 metres back to Hayden Wild.
You sort of wonder whether Tanner's going to, put a mixer in there shortly. Is he going to throw in a burst just to try and take the sting out of Sam Ruth?
And we need to talk about the rivalry, the friendly rivalry of
Here
Sam
comes
and
Toby
Sam.
Golter.
Toby's
coming up to the shoulder of Ben Ruth. Sorry, Sam Ruth. I'm getting excited.
Sam's coming up onto the shoulder of Sam Tanner. And remind ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, Sam Ruth and Sam Tanner had a dead heat to share the national 1500 metre title.
Couldn't be
is that
separated.
just etched in the back of Sam Tanner's brain right now? And is he thinking, I don't want that to happen, not over the 5K.
Here we go, the bell lap.
1 lap to go. Let's get excited. Here comes Toby Golter. He's chosen the time. It's 400 metres to go. That's Toby's moment to push. He's going to push these guys. Time was about 12:40. What have these guys got over this last lap? This is going to be an all-time final 300 metres. You got Toby Golter, mountain running champ. He's won so many national titles. I've almost lost count this year.
Wow,
but
what a
he's
run.
got the 2 speedsters on his shoulder, Sam and Sam. Sam Ruth, Sam Tanner, national 1500 metres champions shared. Here goes Sam Tanner, 200 metres to go. Let's see that kick that took him to the New Zealand Mile
He's gone.
champs. Sam Tanner absolutely hits top gear. The crowd gasps as he enters the home straight. Here comes Sam Tanner, 2-time Olympian. That's why he's New Zealand's top miler right now. He's your champion over the 5K here at the Daikin Night of Fives. Wow, Sam Ruth right behind him. Toby Golter. What a last lap. That was amazing.
I'm going to say it's a New Zealand under-19 record for sure.
For sure. Yeah, under-19, under-20.
And
was
very
that
close,
on the
very
cards?
close
Yep,
to
very
Christian
close.
Duval's record.
Wow.
And there's Hayden
amazing.
Wild in just over 14 minutes.
14:02. So he will finish in, I think we miss William Little crossing the line.
Oh, George Wiley coming home.
Big cheer from George. I think he was targeting a 14:05, possibly for World Juniors.
Ronan Lee, 14:20 or thereabouts. Another big kick coming down. Jared Monk.
Oh, look at
Caleb
all these
Wagner.
boys. 14:29, 14:31, 14:33 for those guys. Wow, great scenes. Big crowd has stayed around for this race. They really wanted to see it. They wanted to see Sam versus Sam. They wanted to see how much was left in the legs of Hayden Wild at the end of a big year.
I have to say that was the pop that we saw on Selwyn Place at the spectacle that he unleashed, and he did it again tonight.
We really think Sam Tanner has rediscovered that top gear.
He's got his mojo back.
He's really got his mojo back. With 200 metres to go, the crowd was sort of a normal crowd noise, and then we saw the kick, and the crowd went from normal crowd noise to crowd collective gasp as he just pulled away and just was taking, for every 3 or 4 metres, he was taking a metre out of Toby and Sam Ruth. But credit to Sam Ruth.
Track smarts.
16 years of age.
Fantastic. And
running that fast.
Track smarts from Sam Tanner tonight, because he knew that he had to be rid of Sam Ruth before that last 120 with his 800 metre speed in the last couple of weeks. And he got the job done between probably 180, 150 metres to go.
Yeah. And Toby Golter, I love the guts of that. He's just tried to take down the famous 1 hour New Zealand record.
Amazing. That must be
and
a big
with 400
PB.
metres to go, he's like, hold my beer. I'm going for I'm going to take down Sam Tanner in the last 400. Awesome determination. So he takes home third tonight. Does Toby Golter.
Yeah, he'll be stoked with that. And he's also going to the World Cross Country. So what a sharpener for him.
Yeah.
Running the
brilliant.
10K in 2.5, 3 weeks' time. What an epic race.
I wonder if we can bring a couple of them over and potentially track down Scarlett Robb if she's around. So we'll do our best to catch a quick interview. I'll go on a little roam, shall I? left in the tank as well, with lower mileage running, and yeah, it's really cool to see. So thanks heaps for the quick chat. I'll try and bring Sam in behind you if we can get away from taking selfies with the fans. All right. Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Adrian. All right. Bring over Sam very shortly, guys. Come on over, Sam. Hey, congrats, man. We're live. One of these cameras is doing the job. Congratulations, man. That was an epic finish. What were you thinking with 400 meters to go? Toby Golter comes past you. Was this the plan, to be in third place with 1 lap to go? Toby Golter in the lead, and what were you thinking from him and Sam?
Oh, to be honest, I was just stoked that they took a little bit of it. Because I was like, I could have been pushing those, from 3K onwards, probably pushing it a little bit harder. As you saw in the last 200, I had heaps left in the tank, so I was like, cutting into the 5K, being a 1500 guy, you never know how good you're going to feel. So it was actually just nice that they took some of it, to be honest. And then I was like, finally a bit of wind break before I kick. But yeah.
Awesome. And have to ask you, is the hair a good thing or a bad thing? Shorter hair? You're finding the air resistance, the lack of air resistance, better?
Yeah. Except this morning it was so poofy because I didn't put any gel in it, and it was I was like, maybe I need to go back to the buzz because I enjoyed the buzz too. So I don't know. We'll see what happens over the summertime, but so far the slick back mullet is going to stay for a little while.
Epic, love it. Now, as you came round sort of 200 metres to go, you probably didn't hear it, but the crowd over here went from normal crowd noise to, when you kicked, to gasping crowd noise. Everyone was amping on that kick. Is that something you've really been working on this year or over the last few months?
Yeah, it's really nice to feel that again. Like I haven't, over the last 2 years, haven't felt that leg speed, and like not just 1 gear, but 2, 3, 4, 5 gears left in my legs. And I was like, even then I was going fast, but if a little Ruthie or someone came on my shoulder, I had a couple more gears to go. So kind of like leaving, the same as the spectacle 2 weeks ago, leaving a little bit in the tank and knowing that it's just nice to have that leg speed there when I need it again, which I haven't had in the last 2 years. So it's encouraging for 2026.
Yeah. And fun to line up with old Haydo again?
Yeah, I love that guy. Haydo's one of my best mates, and we always have a good time when we hanging out, whether it's on a 5K or a training run, on the beach or something silly. But it's so good to see. It's a pretty stacked field tonight, to be honest. One of the best probably ever from New Zealand distance runner point of view. So it's exciting to race against these boys.
So good. And last words, just talking about the crew you've got to train with in Tauranga, led of course by Craig Kirkwood, but having the likes of young Sam coming through, and talk to us about that crew you get to run with every week.
It's just such a blessing to have those guys to train with. Young Sammy is turning up fresh every day, ready to push my boundaries a little bit in a good way, and it's nice to have some energy in the group, and it's just such a blessing, especially if I come off dad sleep now, and be like off 5 or 6 hours sleep and turn up to training a little bit tired. It's nice to have some young guys there to just go like frothing on running. So it's a good sport to froth.
Yeah, Dad Bod's treating you well so far. Well, that's awesome. Last words, what have you got planned for the rest of the summer? Will we see more of you here in New Zealand, or indoors calling at all?
Yeah, we've got Potts 800, Cooks mile, and then off to the US for a month for a couple races.
Nationals back here?
Yeah, Nationals back here, then hopefully World Indoors even this year, so it's going to be exciting.
Well, all the best, and thanks for the show you put on tonight.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Hayden.
Awesome. Cool. So there's Sam Tanner. It's been a great night here at the Night of Fives. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We were trying to track down Scarlett Robb for a little chat with her. I can't see her in the crowd anywhere. So we'll leave it there. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning into the 15th running of the Daikin Night of Fives. We'll see you back here next year, same place, same time here at the Daikin Night of Fives. Catch you guys next year. Did that come through at all?
It did about